Saker, how are you doing this
I'm
morning?
good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm going to explain who you're talking to and just a couple of things about this procedure. I guess, first of all, we should say that we are just, unofficially calling this meeting to order. As you can see on video, and I'll introduce who all we have. On this side of the table, we are staff members here at the Board of Pharmacy, myself, Dr. Brenda McCready, who's our Assistant Director, Miss Ashley Bales, who's our Legal Counsel. On the other side of the table, we have three of our pharmacy board members who are decision makers here today. We have Dr. Brian Jolly, who's our board president, will be chairing this informal committee today, Dr. Rodney Richmond and Dr. Debbie Mack. With this today, we have your, I believe it's application for a pharmacy technician permit. Is that correct, Ms. Bales?
Yes.
And with that, I'm flipping over because I have a paper copy. You did let us know something would come back on it. So thank you for disclosing that,
Yes.
first of all. Here in a moment, I'm going to turn over to the board members, and they are just now getting a chance to see your application. I'm sure they'll have some questions for you.
Okay.
Most important thing about this process is at the end of our discussion, we intend for this to be fairly informal, where you can just talk back and forth across the table. They're going to come up with some suggestion for action, and it could be anything from approve the permit, deny the permit, table it for decision later, but anything in between.
Okay.
Whatever they come up with, you can either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go forth as staff with whatever the board members have instructed us to do. If you disagree with it, it's a chance for you to request a hearing at a later date in front of the full board, which is all 8 members on your application, or to just kind of say, forget this and walk away. But the important thing is you have a chance to make that decision at the end of it. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about how this process works? If at any point you do have a question, I realize you've never sat in that seat before. By all means, get our attention, wave your hands, ask us any questions we have, and we'll do our best to answer.
Okay.
Turn it over to staff.
Ms. Akers here for an informal, based on her criminal history that she did disclose. There's 3 basic incidents. The first one's on September 13, 2014. She was arrested on a DWI first offense. According to the statement Ms. Aker provided with her application, the DWI involved a vehicle accident. She pled guilty and was sentenced to 2 days of jail to be completed within 60 days. An alcohol safety education course to be completed within 6 months, and fines and court costs. Then on June 15, 2015, she was charged with contempt of court for failing to complete the alcohol safety education course and complete her jail time. She was given an extension and she did complete those obligations. Then on September 30, 2015, she was arrested and charged with terroristic threatening, Class A misdemeanor. The allegation was that she threatened a friend. She ended up pleading no contest to those charges and was sentenced to 1 year supervised probation, to complete anger management within 6 months, and a no contact order with the victim, which was extended at the court date, and she complied with the terms of her probation.
Ms. Aker, good morning. Why don't you tell us in your own words about these events?
Okay, so in the DWI, I was going through divorce. I went on the weekend, my step cousin and called me. She was like, hey, can you come pick me up at the Reb? It was a bar close to home. I was like, sure, I'll come pick you up. I went in there, I sat down, had a mixed drink with her, went to leave to go home. I made a bad mistake, got behind the wheel, went to leave. They had some road construction and I had an accident right then and there. Made a bad choice. I don't get behind the wheel now if I drink. I'm sure I learned my lesson on that one. On the terroristic threatening, I was in a very bad mental abuse, physical abuse relationship with my kid's father for many years. We lived in a small town. He's very well known. His dad was the school board president. I mean, it was a troubled relationship. There was many times he'll say, you know, I'll do anything. If you leave me, I'll make your life miserable. During that time, whenever I left him, he would literally, you know, he'd be like, you know, just try me, just try me. Well, when I left him that last time, his best friend's daughter was the one that made the complaint. Like her name was first. And all of a sudden I threatened one of her friends. what are you talking about? I didn't threaten her. My daughter was like friends with all of them, but his best friend's daughter was a little bit older. And I was like, what is this about? I mean, I did talk to that girl, and I mean, I'm loud tongue, my whole family is, but I'd talk to them, but it was about, all of them getting along. I'd talk to that girl's grandma like it was no big deal. Well, then all of a sudden I threatened her. I was like, no, like I didn't do this. However, living in that small town, it was their word against mine. We were in that custody battle. I had to just take that charge, do what the court asked me, and move on for me and my kids. And that's what I did. I did that 1 year supervised probation. I paid those fines and the no contact order, and I moved on with me and my kids. I've raised my kids. To this day, when I see all them, when I see that, it's like nothing ever happened. We're like we always was, no big deal.
Mhm.
I've never looked back. I mean, the DWI, this September, it'll be 9 years, and then 8 years on the other. Not ever been in trouble since. I mean, that's all.
So tell us real quickly why you want to be a pharmacy technician. Do you have prospects for a job?
Well, I worked in the medical field for 5 years for Colmy Regional, like a clinic there. And then I moved with Dr. Vicky Stansel and helped her open a practice. And I loved the medical field. Absolutely loved it. Whenever me and him split up, I was working in banking, and I ended up leaving banking, and I just had to go get out of that town. I was a banker in the town that we lived in, and you live in that town, if you're an outsider, they don't like you. If all that's going on, you got to get away from them because they're just going to talk. So my mom was like, you just do what you got to do to raise these kids. So I went to waiting tables. Well, you have a charge on you, it's really hard to get a good job. Well, this job come open. I love anything in the medical field. It's right there at home. I mean, I know a lot of stuff, about, working in the medical field. And I'm like, I really want this job. It's close to home. It's, Monday through Friday where I can spend time on the weekends with my kids. And I mean, I just enjoy it. I love it.
Which job is that?
I just working in the pharmacy right there.
In Damascus? Okay.
I've just been helping her as the pharmacy clerk.
Okay.
I got a letter from her.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry. Yeah.
Damascus, is that between Greenbrier and Clinton, or am I
Yes.
thinking wrong? Okay.
Yeah. No, for the speed trap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have any problems with alcohol?
No.
You're not an alcoholic?
Oh, no.
Okay, just socially,
Yeah.
okay. Any other drug problems?
No.
No prescription drug abuse?
No.
No marijuana use?
No.
Okay.
Any other questions? You guys ready to make a motion?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Congratulations.
Thank y'all very much.
We'll still take your reference letter on file.
Okay.
And,
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Looks like Dr. Baker was in. Maybe I missed. It was just about reduced hours, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
I bet the store's busier now with camp going.
Oh, yeah. The store stays really busy.
Yeah. Now, whenever they've got the, those 4 or 5 weeks
Yeah.
in summer, it picks up a
And
lot.
then everybody goes to the lake and stuff. It's constant.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And my microphone's on. That blocks the sound if you put it on the microphone. And the problem is if we turn them all on, it buzzes. I tell you, because you don't do it any other time. If you had to mute and unmute your cell phone every time you were wanting to say something, like if we were in the days of walkie-talkie, it'd be easy. I think so. So we will be back at some point before 9:30 as soon as our next person shows up. All these others, we didn't have confirmations, but we thought they might come. We've already administratively denied them, so they're administratively denied already. Yeah. They could at some point try to file an appeal for a full board hearing, but if they didn't show up today, it's out there, they'll do anything. This is under, for our board members, is under tab number 6. So, Ms. Henderson, how are you doing? There we go.
I'm good.
Okay, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. I'm gonna tell you real quickly about who you're talking to and a couple things about this procedure as we get started. On this side of the table, we are staff members here at the board, myself. Dr. Brenda McCready is our assistant director. Ms. Ashley Bales is our legal counsel. On the other side of the board table, we have 3 of our pharmacy board members, Dr. Brian Jolly, who's the chair of this informal committee, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Debbie Mack. Today, we're here, the board members are just now getting a copy of your application to be a pharmacy technician in the state of Arkansas. And you did let us know a couple things would come back, which is what they're going to want to talk to you about in a moment. I'll turn it over to staff. They'll give us an overview of why we're here. Then I think the board members want to have a conversation with you. We call it informal because we're just discussing this back and forth across the table. At the end of the discussion today, they're going to come up with some decision. That decision could be to deny your application this time. It can be to approve your application. It could be to table consideration until a later time. The biggest point is whatever they come up with, you can either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go forth with whatever the board members tell us to do. If you disagree, it's your choice to either say, I disagree with this and would like a full hearing before the full board at a later time, which is all 8 members of the board and is a more formal procedure, similar to going to court, or you could just say, forget this and walk away from it. That's kind of the choice.
That's not an option.
I'm just explaining what the options are.
Yes, sir.
So in this, do you have any questions about why you're here today?
No, I'm very understanding.
Okay. If you have any questions during this about the process or what's going on, I realize you've never sat in that chair before. By all means, stop and ask us any questions that you have, and we'll do our best to answer.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Here we go.
We brought Ms. Henderson in for informal, before the informal committee today. She has several arrests in her record from like 2012 to about 2013. We don't have the dispositions of those. I believe it's because she went to drug court in 2015. Usually when you go to drug court and you graduate, they sort of give you a clean slate and wipe out your, expunge everything that they can to sort of let you start anew. But in September 5th, 2012, she had a theft by receiving misdemeanor in Benton County. She pled guilty to that. In January of 2013, that case is sealed. Then April 12th, shoplifting misdemeanor in Fayetteville. April 13th, 2013, failure to appear in Rogers District Court. August 20th, 2013, failure to appear in Benton District Court. May 4th, 2013, possession of drug paraphernalia arrested by Bella Vista Police Department. The disposition of that is unknown. And then June 11, 2013, a theft by receiving and theft of services arrested by Van Buren Police Department, and that disposition is unknown. July 18, 2013, failure to appear on a felony and failure to appear on a misdemeanor out of Benton County. And then July 29, 2013, a shoplifting, minor possession of alcohol, public intox, failure to appear and filing a false police report. That was a felony that led her into, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the records reflect that led her into drug court. She also went to drug court on a felony, felony theft of property that she received in August of 2013. And she entered drug court and completed all the terms of that and graduated sometime around May 4th, 2015.
Good morning.
Morning.
So, we have a period here of about a year and a half where there was a lot going on. So why don't you tell us in your own words a little bit, about what happened and from your perspective.
Okay. At that time, I was hanging out with people that I shouldn't have been hanging out with. I was young. And so I thought that they did cool stuff. And I was introduced to methamphetamine. And once I tried it, everything went downhill from there. I lost my job. My family wouldn't talk to me. There were several decisions that I made that I know that I wouldn't make while sober. And I'm not using my
addiction as like a cover or anything like that. That's not the type of person that I am. While I was under the influence, I was making god awful choices, but in that time, I thought that it was okay. And now realizing I have 10 years clean. And I haven't relapsed. I still go to meetings to this day. I actually applied to GCU for to get a degree. I'm going to be an addictions counselor. Actually have a meeting with my counselor, my school counselor after this. I know the choices that I made were wrong. I know that they were. The drugs had a lot of influence on me because I wasn't in my right mind. I could not make my own decisions. I just did whatever. But now that I'm clean and going to meetings still to this day, it's put a lot of insight on where I want to be and who I want to be. I want to be able to help people that have an addiction or are in recovery and need the help, because it's hard to, more speaking personal, it's hard to seek help with a counselor who can sit there and say, oh, I know exactly how you feel, and have never touched a drug in their life. And being with somebody who has experience and who's in recovery, I feel like I could help. I feel like I can relate to people. Haven't touched drugs since, unless they are prescribed. I do let every single one of my doctors know I have an addictive personality. I'm a recovering addict. And that's just how that is. I know that I have problems, but I am grateful to say that I have 10 years clean.
Thanks for sharing that. Any questions?
So why do you want to be a pharmacy tech?
To be honest, it's the stability, knowing that it is a stable career for me without a degree. That's what it is for me and my children.
But it would be temporary. You're working toward a degree, right? At Grand Canyon.
Yes, my schooling is 4.5 years. So I do plan on staying in pharmacy until that time is to come. But being able to also learn more about medications and how they affect people in the good and the bad could also help me potentially, know more for the career that I am pursuing. But I believe that the technician position would be beneficial for me and for my kids. I mean, it is a little bit more money. I'm just going to be honest, like it is a little bit more money that could help me and my children. It's a stable job that helps me and my children. I think of not just myself, but my kids as well. I'm a single mom. I do have a boyfriend, but I'm a single mom of 2 kids. So I want them to have the life that I didn't have growing up. I want them to not want or need for anything like I did. I didn't know sometimes if I was going to eat that night. That's just how it was. I got breakfast and lunch from school. That's how I grew up. So being able to give them the childhood and let them have a childhood is what matters to me.
So do you think that working in a pharmacy, the proverbial candy store, that you could work there, be around the medication and resist the temptation?
Yes, and I can say that wholeheartedly. I've never done pills unless they were prescribed to me. I've never abused them, but also my children. Like I was clean and sober before I got pregnant with my son. I have 2 months. I was 2 months clean and sober before I got pregnant with my son. And I've not touched anything since.
So you're still actively involved in counseling or an AA or something like that?
I go every Friday.
Okay, do you have problems with any other drugs other than meth? Okay,
Sir,
so you're actively formally involved.
yes,
So would you be able to provide a letter of recommendation from like the counselor or whoever there?
yes, absolutely.
Any other questions? Do you have a motion?
I have no reason to doubt what she's saying. But I would feel better if we had a letter of recommendation from the counselor who knows her to be able to tell us, to affirm what she just told us. But if we were to do that, I would be fine.
Is that a motion that if she provides a letter basically clearing that she's stable and safe to practice from her counselor to grant her application?
If there's no more discussion, I'll make that a motion.
I'll second it if we get the letter.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All right. Motion
So-
passes.
I would tell you, if you don't know about this already, Arkansas has a very lively group of peer recovery support specialists for people with lived experience in sobriety. And we also have, it used to be called the Prescription Drug Abuse Prevention Summit, but I think it's now the Stop Overdose Summit that will be here in Little Rock. I believe it is November the 8th. So if you have interest in that, it's a good summit that brings a lot of people, including pharmacists. We'll have a handful of prescriber physicians, nurses, families, peer recovery support specialists, law enforcement, all in a conference together to talk about addictive disease. And you may be able to make some connections there on the counseling side as well.
That would be super awesome. I actually had my cousin, he passed June 30th from fentanyl overdose.
Yeah.
And then December 19th of 2021, my brother-in-law passed from
It's
fentanyl
everywhere.
overdose.
My,
So,
my Narcan's back in my office, so.
and I feel like that should be a thing. I really do. I feel like anybody who takes pain management, any type of prescription narcotics or controls that they should have, like they should be able to get Narcan dispensed to them as well every single time that they pick those medications up, because you never know.
I agree. Well, so what we'll do, we can, Ms. Bells can probably put that in a letter to you, but I think she can give you her contact information. As
Okay.
soon as we get that letter back from your counselor, basically saying that you're stable and
Yeah.
clear to work, then we will process your application and your permit.
Okay,
All
that
right.
sounds great. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Unless you disagree with that.
No, no,
Okay.
I do not. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Y'all have a blessed day.
Hey, I want to encourage you to finish that degree.
Yes, I'm so
Yes.
excited.
Do
It's
it.
gonna be good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Or other one, Steve. I got a second. There's a couple of them that when you talk, I think it's this one.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Okay, good. Great. Trying to get sorted here. It's Witherspoon Jones, is that
Yes,
correct?
sir, that's correct.
I'm John Kirtland, I'm the Director of the Board of Pharmacy. Let me turn on my microphone. I'm the Director of the Board of Pharmacy. I'm going to tell you who you're speaking to at this table and just a couple things about this procedure to kick us off. On this side of the table, we're staff here at the Board of Pharmacy. Myself, Dr. Brenda McCready is our Assistant Director. Ms. Ashley Bales is our Legal Counsel. On the other side, you have 3 of our pharmacy board members that are decision makers here today. Dr. Brian Jolly, who's chairing this informal conference, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Debbie Mack. In this, the board members have just gotten a copy of your application to be a pharmacy technician to register for the state of Arkansas. And we see that you did let us know that something's going to come back. So thank you for making us aware of that. Sometimes people don't do that, which doesn't start this conversation well necessarily. In this procedure, in a moment, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Bales to tell us kind of what the background issues are that the board members will want to talk to you about. And then they're going to have some questions for you. We call this an informal because we're just having a conversation back and forth across the table.
Okay.
At the end of our conversation, the board members are going to come up with some suggestion on how to handle your application. That could include saying we would vote to deny it at this time, we would vote to approve it at this time, we'll reconsider it some later time, or we'll approve it if the following things are met. Most important thing for you is whatever they come up with, you can either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go forth with what the board members ask us to do. If you disagree, it's your chance to either say, well, I would rather have a full hearing before the board later, a formal hearing. We all 8 board members, hearing officer, court reporter, we swear everybody in. It looks a lot more like going to court. It's just a more formal procedure. Or you could say, you know what, I'm done with this and walk away from it. Those are kind of the choices you have. The big question I usually ask people are, first of all, do you know why you're here today?
Yes, I do.
Have any questions about this process?
No, you've explained it thoroughly.
Well, you may think that now, but if you change your mind and you have a question a little bit, don't hesitate to get our attention and ask any questions that you have. I realize you've never sat in that seat before while we've done this a bunch. If you've got questions, we want to try to help answer them.
Absolutely.
Okay. Ms. Bales?
We brought Miss Tanisha Witherspoon Jones in front of the informal committee today. She did disclose some criminal history. There are 3 incidents. First one being July 8th, 2005. She was arrested for a misdemeanor theft of property and endangering the welfare of a minor, also a misdemeanor. In her statement, Ms. Witherspoon Jones provided to the staff with her application, she said that she told her 17-year-old goddaughter that she could put a pair of shoes and a wallet in her purse. And that resulted in the theft of property charge. She went to court and she was sentenced to 6 months supervised probation and fine and court costs. Then on September 6, 2008, she was arrested for obstruction of governmental operations and misdemeanor. She entered a plea of guilty on that on September 8, 2008, in order to pay fine and court costs. We don't have a statement on that arrest, so I'll let her address that if she'd like. Then on April 29, 2021, she was arrested and charged with fraudulent use of a credit card misdemeanor and theft by receiving. She went to court on April 10, 2023. And at that time, she received 12 months probation. By my calculation, her probation is set to end in April of 2024. Her statement regarding this charge said that she was given a debit card and used it to make purchases and retrieve money from an ATM.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Why don't you tell us in your own words about these events and what happened?
Yes, sir. So 2005, my goddaughter and I were in Walmart in Jonesboro, I believe, shopping. And she asked if she could put some items in my purse, and I allowed her to do that. We were caught by loss prevention, and I was arrested and
did a weekend in jail. When I went to court that Monday, I pled guilty. I was sentenced to probation and fines. I completed those and I had community service that I did not complete. So in 2008, I was in the backseat of a friend's vehicle. They got pulled over for I believe the tail light was out. And that's when the officer informed me that I had a warrant for not completing that community service and not following up with the probation officer. So I went back to court and received more community service hours along with an extended amount of probation time, completed that. So those were my charges in Craig County. Here recently, I received charges in Pulaski County where I took a debit card from my mother-in-law and began to make purchases. This card, I was told that it was a friend's card, that she had put the money on the friend's card and it was okay to use. Well, turns out that that friend had reported that card stolen and that the charges that were being made to that card were fraudulent. And so I was actually facing a felony charge for that. But after the evidence and everything was received, I had an attorney who kind of went to bat for me and proved that I did not make all of the charges that were listed on that report. And the judge did award me misdemeanor 12 months probation with 50 hours of community service. And I have since then did 20 hours of that community service already. I've been paying on my probation fees and fines since then as well.
Okay.
And that was in April of this year.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Did you discuss the obstruction of government operations?
I did. That was me sitting in the back seat of a friend's vehicle. They were pulled over. I was asked to provide my ID, and then the officer informed me that I had a warrant outside of Craighead County. Failure to, I guess, comply with the probation regulations.
So just following up a little bit on the mother-in-law and the card, I mean, she knew it was stolen and said, hey, you can go use this, or how did that all go?
I don't know if she knew it was stolen. She definitely got charged as well. She and I, because of that, do not speak as much. I did inform her when I got arrested and that she needed to find out what was going on with that card. She didn't really give me any information on it as to even who the friend was, because I started asking a lot of questions after I got arrested. I didn't actually find out who the person was until my attorney got the police records. And then I was able to see all the charges my mother-in-law made, and then of course the ones that I made.
So you just thought this is like a great deal. She's giving me a card, I can use it, or?
I didn't think it was a great deal because my mother-in-law actually, like, I gave her stuff. So I just thought she was like helping me out because I would help her out.
I guess since you've had 3 kind of unrelated type things, I mean, what have you learned and what are you changing in your life?
Absolutely. So the 2005 to 2008 incidents, I really thought those were behind me and I had put those behind me. And since then, started a family, went to school, obtained a couple of degrees and certifications, been working in the healthcare field for the last 10, 15 years. So those were really behind me and were huge mistakes that I made, that I regret and that I paid for in restitution costs and didn't want to have to do that again. This more recent incident, a huge mistake also. But it taught me to just be more cautious and aware even of family. And to make sure that I'm asking the right questions up front, that, you know, I can't go off of someone's word and honesty, that I actually need to double check to make sure everything is legitimate.
I've got a couple of questions if I could. So this 2008 obstruction of government operations, usually police officers charge someone with that when they don't initially give them the correct name or date of birth. Is that what happened in your situation?
So I believe that officer, trying to remember, I was in the back seat and I did get a little sassy with him because he asked for my information before asking the driver for her ID or driver's license. So I did initially say, hey, I'm not driving. Can you, get the driver's information first? So that may have been why that charge came up, but
And so, well, am I correct? You just sort of got into your probation. You're not due to be finished with that until next April. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And I passed out to the board members some letters of recommendation. Do you want to tell us who those people are that had written you those letters?
Yes. So Olivia Craven, she has been a young mentor to me for the past 7 years. She was actually my clinic manager for 3 of those years for Baptist Health. And she just basically would always encourage me to go further in my career at Baptist Health. And also she's been more like a family member. She's helped me with my wedding plans. When I had my 6-year-old, she was there for me and just always encouraging me. She's not only a manager, but she is, like I said, a mentor, trying to pull me in the positive direction in life.
Related to her letter, said that in the summer of 21, when she was looking for a PRN front office representative, she immediately came to you. But she doesn't say that she hired you. So did she hire you?
She did hire me. It was every other Saturday because I already had a full-time job. If you can do a job 1 and a job 2 with Baptist Health. So I already had a full-time position there at Baptist Health.
And are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Why do you want to be a technician?
I'm currently working for Walgreens part-time and I want to work in our pharmacy. We have a need. Every week someone is quitting in our pharmacy. The techs are quitting and pursuing jobs in other companies. We recently had a pharmacist to quit. So our customers, our patients, they come in, they're needing their prescriptions, needing their meds, and we don't have the staff. We're short-staffed in all of our stores. So I am wanting to, the time that I spend in Walgreens, I would like for that to be in the pharmacy and not just on the front end of the store.
All right, in your letter from Pastor Mitchell, he's in Haiti, Missouri.
Yes.
Is this basically a family friend?
It's a she, Dr.
Okay.
Richmond, and she is been knowing her all my life. She and my mom worked together when I was younger. They were school teachers. They both since then have retired. So more so of a pastor friend that I met through my mom.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So will you work at Baptist in the pharmacy or you just want to do the Walgreens
I'm
work?
just gonna do Walgreens in the pharmacy for Baptist. I work with Baptist employees and I work in their on-site employee clinic. And so there, what I do is I do referrals, I schedule appointments and things like that.
Had a follow-up question about the debit card. So was this a debit card that was issued by a bank that had someone else's name on it, or was it a?
It would, to my knowledge, it was issued, it was kind of like a prepaid card.
Okay,
And it was like a loadable or reloadable card, to my knowledge, but it did have someone else's name on it. Yes, sir.
so having someone else's name on it, did that not raise any red flags for you?
It did, and that's why I asked whose card it was and was told it was a friend that allowed her to put money on the card.
Okay. Thank you.
Just to be clear, generally when someone, to be consistent with our prior decisions, if we have somebody who is currently under probation for some charge, isn't it our norm that we,
You hold it until probation is over.
Yeah.
Is the general policy of the board. To be sure that they successfully complete their probation, because it indicates generally either a more recent issue or one that was serious enough that it required an extended period of probation.
so is there any, in the past, have there been any circumstances that have provided for us to see our way to override that decision? And
I don't recall any. If there have been any, I don't recall it.
Will this application run out before it?
March of 2024. Expires March of 2024.
And then when's the probation?
Was it April?
April is one of them.
Could we do something like if I know she might not have fulfilled the last month of it time-wise, if she fulfilled all the requirements of whatever this probation is, could we elect to give it in March or?
I mean, because this is the first year of the biennium rather than the second, next year there would not be an additional fee for it. I mean, I think the board could take action to say it would be approvable upon completion of probation and extend the validity time period for it,
Okay.
which would
Well,
mean
so
she
I was
would not
thinking
have to
1
reapply.
month, I would. If she did
Yeah,
everything.
I mean, basically, you're gonna say in this case, because it's already paid for up to a 2-year period, we will hold it, basically defer a denial or anything else. She doesn't have any negative action, but it would be approvable upon proof she's completed probation.
Then I really don't know anything on probation, but is there a way for a person to
To get off early.
get off early?
I mean, if she, would have to increase her monthly payments and
Mhm.
talk to her probation officer about that
Happen.
and make sure she does all the community service work. Yeah, I mean, she could petition the court to end probation early and probably would be successful at that.
it sounds like it sounds like a lot of what ifs.
Yeah.
Two, if we go strictly on what we know to be the end date, that's about 9 months. I mean, if this was a couple of months, then, I mean, there's a lot could happen in 9 months. I wouldn't want to see a negative action taken on the application. I mean, do we just not table it?
Yeah.
Not necessarily withdraw it, but
Yeah,
just
you can table it.
Just
And then
table
if
it.
she were to go back and get it taken care of, she could come back earlier?
Yeah.
Or get
And
with
just have
y'all,
us reschedule her if she proves that she's gotten done.
or could we let staff make the decision? I mean, I think, well, I can't speak for Rodney, but
You
I
can
think
do it
we
either
would-
way.
I think we would be okay if she wouldn't just have a pretty long time on.
Probation has
Probation.
just started.
I would be fine. I'm not sure if Rodney would, if and when she comes back and she completely got her probation taken off or taken off early, I would be fine for staff to make the decision at that time, but I don't know, Rodney.
Extend the probation.
The application expiration.
Yeah, and if she got it off earlier, then y'all could. But y'all would be privy to anything that's happened between now and whenever it happens to come off. But
So basically, we're approving it.
If and
And
when,
extending
well-
the application.
Period. Well, if you have two scenarios, one is, or three variables, I think one that no one is opposed to is extending her application eligibility since it's already basically prepaid, instead of saying it expires at the 1 year.
Right.
Because of the situation. But the other two decisions are, if she shows at whatever date that she's off probation, do you want her to come back to an informal to be seen? Or if she doesn't have any other hiccups, we don't get a wrap back and shows she gets off probation early or in April, is it just approved at that point? So that's the one that is different. Yeah,
I would say staff, just because I don't think we need to hear her exact story again if she gets it off early. She may not get it off early.
yeah, or in April, either one.
Well, it's April 29th, right? So that's basically,
Right.
yeah, and then you're not gonna be able to get it handled in a day necessarily.
Now, probably needs to be
So
May
you need to-
31st.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I would not be in favor of approving it per se for 9 months down the road. But I'm also not opposed to the staff being able to make the decision when the time comes.
Right, that's
So
exactly what I
whatever-
think.
Whatever type of
Yeah.
motion would.
So
be
I think
required
that
of
would be extended to May 31st. So that if she has to do her full probation or if she gets off early, and that you give staff the authority to approve it once probation is complete.
Right. We aren't
And
approving
If
today.
it's September 30th, it's September 30th. If it's April 1st, it's April 1st, April 29th, it's April 29th.
Yeah, I'm okay with putting it in the staff's hand.
So I'm gonna say extend, I'm recording the motion from Rodney and Debbie for you to have them vote. Extend app to 5/31/24 expiration. Staff may approve once proof of probation is complete.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay. I'm writing this down, but Ms. Weatherspoon Jones, do you understand what we're saying?
I do.
So if you're able to get off or complete your probation early, which we know can at times happen, you send us proof of that to the staff and you don't have any other issues whenever that happens. If it's next April, it's next April, but if you can get off earlier than that, send it to us and we will process it and approve your application.
Okay,
All
thank you
right.
so much.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
And it sounds like you're heading in a very good direction, so you continue that.
Yes, ma'am, I will. Thank you so much.
Well, it's complicated. You can't have a disproportionate number of non-board members for lunch versus board members is what it is. So at that point, it's easier to say, we're going to take a break and we're going to find something to eat quickly. And you guys may decide you want to order in food or we can go across the street. There's a couple places we can eat pretty quick though.
Good morning.
How are you doing, Ms. Jordan?
I'm good.
So that should, we're gonna make sure that we can pull it up on our tablets real quick.
Okay. If I'm coughing, I just got finished cutting down trees, so allergies is kind of.
Well, if you were cutting down trees, I could have put you to work too, I'm sure. Feel like that's an ongoing battle at my house.
Yes, sir.
So I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the board, and I'm going to tell you who you're speaking with this morning and just a little bit about this procedure.
Yes, sir.
On this side of the table, we are staff members here in the board office. Myself, Dr. Brendan McCready is our assistant director. Miss Ashley Vales is our legal counsel.
Yes, sir.
On the other side, we've got three of our pharmacy board members. We've got Dr. Brian Jolly, who's the chair of this committee, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Debbie Mack.
Okay.
In this, we have your application to be registered as a pharmacy technician in the state of Arkansas. And you did not tell us anything was going to come back on your application, but we've got some things we're going to need to discuss with you
Yes, sir.
about it. In a moment, I'll turn over to Ms. Vales to explain why we're here today, the specific issues. And the board members are going to want to talk to you about what those issues are and why you didn't tell us about it up front. In this process, at the end of the discussion, the board members are going to come up with some decision on what they're going to suggest for your application. It could be to approve it, it could
Yes,
be
sir.
to deny it, it could be to table it for a period of time and say, we'll decide on it later. We don't know exactly what they're going to come up with until this discussion happens. Most important thing for you is you can either agree or disagree with whatever it is they come up with. You agree,
Understood.
we go forth with whatever they tell us to do. And if you disagree, it gives you the chance to either request a formal hearing before the board at a later date, or to just say, forget this and walk away.
Yes, sir.
So I'd ask you first, do you understand why you're here today?
Yes, sir.
Have any questions about how this process works?
No.
I realize you've never been in that chair in front of us before. If you've got a question about how this works during the process, by all means, stop us and ask any questions you have. We'll be sure to answer.
Understood.
All right, Ms. Bales?
We brought Ms. Jordan in front of the committee today based on 3 incidents that came up in her background. The first one was on November 28, 2005. She was arrested for possession of a controlled substance. She was found guilty of that charge and sentenced to a $600 fine and court costs and driver's license suspension for 6 months, as well as 12 months supervised probation. She did provide us a statement after staff told her that she needed to provide a statement on this charge. And in that statement, she said she was in the car with people who had marijuana and that she took the charge. On July 20th, 2012, she was arrested for domestic battering in the 3rd degree. That charge was null prost on October 10th, 2012. Then on July 6th, 2018, she was arrested for DWI first offense, no headlights and reckless driving. And the DWI and the reckless driving were dismissed. She did not disclose these arrests, and according to her statement, she completely forgot about the incidents.
Good morning, Ms. Jordan.
Good morning.
So I guess why don't you start off by telling us in your own words what happened with all of these incidents?
About the 2005, I actually forgot about it. And the reason I didn't disclose them because I'm a licensed CNA and nothing ever showed up then. So I didn't think it was going to show up. It wasn't that I was trying to hide it or anything. But in 2005, which was probably about 20 something years ago, just riding with some friends in Pine Bluff, partying, of course. And we got pulled over and they pulled everybody out of the car except for me because I was the passenger. They pulled the driver out and the 2 backseat people out. I didn't know that there was weed in the car, but of course, when they came back, everybody said it wasn't theirs. And maybe I shouldn't have done it, but I was like, okay, I'll just take it. You know, everybody else had priors and had been in trouble before. And me being a good Samaritan was like, okay, let's just get this over with. I want to go home. So pretty much that's how I took that charge. The domestic was with my ex-husband that I'm now divorced from. To be honest with you, I didn't do nothing to the man. I'm not gonna lie to you. We were arguing, as people do. He called the police. Well, I called the police to try to diffuse the situation. When they came, let me just say this, and I'm gonna be honest with you. He had pushed me. And by the time they got there, he was being a jerk. I was gonna punch him. And what he did was open up the blinds to let the police see that, hey, she finna hit me. That's how that went about. He dismissed the charges. We got divorced, whatever. The 2000 and what was it? I think she said 18.
Yes.
I still don't know why they gave me a DWI and I was not drunk, had not been drinking. From my understanding, how it went down, I was on my way to work. I worked overnight as a CNA from 11 to 7, leaving a friend girl's house. I didn't realize that I didn't have my headlights on because I got 2 sets of lights. I guess I had the fog lights on. And they pulled me over and was like, hey, you don't got your lights on, whatever. Get out the car. I literally had on scrubs and everything, was headed to work. And I walked the line, this, and the third. She said, you've been drinking, you high. I was like, I haven't, whatever. They took me to jail. I got out an hour later, nothing happened. So I guess I say wrong place at the wrong time in a lot of situations, but everything was thrown out as far as that last incident. I still don't know why she said I was drunk. Because I had been drinking. They did the breathalyzer, made me walk the line, all that stuff. So That's pretty much how it is.
Okay.
And I'm just being honest with you.
Additional questions?
Do you use marijuana?
No, I don't.
Have you ever used marijuana?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
It's probably been about 15 years or so.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, breathalyzer.
Mhm. And they did a urine test. That's why everything was thrown out. Nothing was,
It looks like it was dismissed and pled not guilty, but the. Efficiency of the.
Headlights.
yeah, she said that I was over the line and I didn't have my lights on. So
Basically, you got a citation for your headlights
pretty
in
much,
the end.
yes, sir.
Well, despite whatever she was charged or arrested for, both the 2012 and 2018 charges were dismissed. So we can't hold her responsible for them that was dismissed. And if she's not using marijuana, the other thing is 18 years ago.
So why do you want to be a pharmacy technician? So have you been, how long have you been a CNA?
For 10 years.
Okay, so why are you interested in,
To be honest, I took the pharmacy tech because I'll be 41 here in a few years. I've been self-employed for the past 5 years. I always wanted to learn about meds and how they work. I've had 2 strokes. Still undetermined why I've had them, blood clots or whatever. But I just had an interest on how different medicines react to one another and just kind of be more in depth with it. On top of, it's kind of like a fallback thing, meaning, like I said, I work for myself. I have a cleaning business now. I haven't worked with corporate America in about 6 years now. I just kind of intrigued on how medicines work with each other, counteracting, because a lot of my clients, they may have had gout and, I researched, don't take this medicine because this flares it up, just kind of more in depth on how medicines work and the healing of them, I would say.
So you're not working as a CNA now?
I do private care and I am employed through an agency and I just kind of take clients as I want to. But I've had a successful commercial cleaning business for the past 3 years. So yes, I have a client now that I probably take care of, which I took care of his wife for 3 years. She passed away. And he basically said, don't go nowhere, just stay here with me. So that's what I do every day.
any additional questions? There a motion someone would like to make?
I'll make the motion that we grant the tech license.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Uh,
Motion passes.
Thank y'all.
You'll hold on just a second. We'll get them to sign off on this. Ms. Bales will take you back out front.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We're gonna break this for a couple minutes.
Thank y'all.
I'm fine. Good morning. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. I'm John Curtley. I'm the director of the board, and I'm going to tell you who you're talking to and just a little bit about this process.
Yes, sir.
On this side of the table, we are staff members here at the office. Myself, Dr. Brenda McCready, who is our assistant director, and Miss Ashley Bales, who's our legal counsel. The other three members here at the table are actually members of the Board of Pharmacy and are decision makers here today. We've got Dr. Brian Jolly, who's the chair of our committee today, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Debbie Mack. In this process, the board members have just been handed or on their little screens, they can pull up a copy of your application to be a pharmacy technician for the state of Arkansas. And they see that you did have some background stuff come up, but you did not tell us that it was going to. So they're going to want to talk to you about that in a minute.
Sorry.
So what I'll do is I'll turn it over to Ms. Bell. She'll tell us the issue of why we're here today, and then the board members will have a discussion with you. At the end of that discussion, they're going to come up with some suggestion for what they want to do. They could suggest to deny your application, to approve your application, to table it, or to some other iteration between those kind of bookends of it. Whatever they decide, you can either agree with or disagree with. If you like it and you agree with it, we go forth what they say. If you disagree with it, you either have the choice to say, kind of forget this and walk away from it, or to request a full hearing before the full board at a later date. That's all 8 members, hearing officer, court reporter. We swear everybody in. It's just a more formal process than us having a discussion back.
Yes, sir.
So I always like to ask, do you know why you're here today?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about how this works?
No, sir.
Realizing you've never sat in that chair compared to we've done this a bunch. If you have any questions about what's going on during this, please get our attention, ask any questions you have, and we'll do our best to answer them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Vales?
Ms. Green in front of the informal committee today, based on her application. She did not disclose any criminal history. However, after a background check, she has one incident. She was arrested in December of 2006 for theft of property. It's a misdemeanor. She pled guilty or was found guilty of that charge. She was sentenced to 1 year probation with fines and court costs. And on February 2nd, 2007, she completed her probation and the charge was sealed. And then she, in 2017, had a failure to appear, which is a criminal offense, on a traffic violation. And the disposition of that one, we don't have.
I'm going to hold off for just 1 second. Yeah, you're okay. Good morning.
Morning.
So I know it's probably hard for you to talk about,
Yes,
but
sir.
could you explain to us in your own words what happened with these 2 incidents?
Okay. The second one, I went over there to the criminal thing and they actually were sending me the letter. It was just and it's supposed to be getting mailed to my house because they said that they can't, print it out for me. So that has been removed because they just didn't catch on that I did community service. It was traffic. Now, the first one, I am not actually from here. I was born in Chicago and then I moved to California and then I got dropped off out here. So I stayed here in a foster home and I kind of messed up and got into an abusive relationship and he broke into my house and stole everything from my kids. And I had met this girl and she had went stealing and she was trying to help me get stuff for my kids for Christmas. And I made a mistake and I tried to, because I didn't want them to be without. And every time I went to a job interview or whatever, he was following me. I have police reports to where I called the police. So I made a mistake. I apologize. I am trying to do better. And I haven't gotten into any trouble at all. And I didn't disclose because it was like in 2006 and I I honestly, I forgot about it because the probation officer, I'd never been in trouble before. And the probation officer was like, okay, we're gonna seal this, make sure you pay your fees, make sure you do your year, it's a misdemeanor, and I did everything that they told me to do. And I can get the letter that's supposed to be getting to my house about the second failure to appear, it's for traffic. I can email that to you guys and it will just show that one thing. The lady over there I talked to, there's two Miss Lisas. I didn't get her last name, but Miss Lisa, she told me that she was, because I did my community service for my traffic failure to appear and I got that situated. So she said that that was something that she could do to get it off of there. I only have that one charge. I have a 5-year-old and I have tried my best to make the best of me being in Little Rock. I have no more charges and I'm just asking for another chance. Please.
Thank you. And of course, one of the incidents that we're talking about here happened almost 17 years ago.
Yes, sir.
And the other one was a little over 6 years ago. So thank you for recapping that for us.
I have a question if I could.
Yep.
Ms. Greenstone, why didn't you put on your application that you had this history?
I didn't know about the 2017, the traffic.
Well, the question on the application asks if you've ever been cited, arrested, or charged or convicted of any criminal offense, and you marked no.
Yes,
Can you
ma'am.
explain that?
I forgot because it was like almost 20 years ago. I really slipped my mind and I really do apologize.
Do you have a court date on this traffic situation that's pending?
No, ma'am, I don't because I went.
So the letter that you're gonna get is just gonna show that you completed everything you're supposed to do?
Yes, ma'am. It's just gonna show that one charge from 06. And I talked to the lady. I don't know what that office is called, but I'm sure you guys know. I mean, she said, because I did community service on it. It was.
You don't have to go back to court, so you're straight with
Yes,
them.
ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
all right. That's all the questions I have.
Ma'am. I apologize, ma'am.
What was the traffic violation?
I honestly can't remember. I think I know sometimes I have a bad foot speed. I speed sometimes, so I've had a lot of things with speeding. And to tell you the honest truth, getting here this morning, I got stopped by a sergeant. And because I was trying to hurry up and get here, and I went through the light, and he said, as long as I didn't have any warrants, he was letting me go. And I have yes, sir. That's one of my problems. Yes, sir.
So the most recent is traffic. Now, I have to tell you that if
Yes,
I
sir.
was arrested, I don't think I would likely be one to forget that.
Yes, sir.
But aside from that,
Yes, sir.
it was 17 years ago.
Yes, sir.
You paid your debt to society. I don't think you have to continue to pay for that.
Yes,
You
sir.
paid for it, it's over and done with.
Yes, sir.
I did want to ask, as far as being a pharmacy technician, why do you want to be a pharmacy tech? Do you have current prospect for a job in that field?
Yes, sir. I have been to I think it's Southeastern Medical Assistant. And I worked at Baptist for a phlebotomist. I tend to try to be around fields that I feel like I can help because I've had a rough time in life and I would just like to help and make sure that people can feel better.
You have a pharmacy in mind? Have you applied to one or?
I graduated from the AECC and they have a contract with Walgreens. So I was gonna try there, or I have worked at Baptist before doing phlebotomy. I was gonna at least try a hospital. And I made the highest grade on the final. That's not one of the $50 gift certificate. I studied real hard. I have a 5-year-old. So I'm just trying to
Tell me, say again, where you graduated.
AECC, down here on Main Street. No, ma'am, with Miss, her name is Miss Daniels.
Is that for? VTech?
Yes,
Degree?
ma'am.
Okay, but go back to high school. Where did you graduate
I
from high school?
graduated from Central High.
You've submitted an official copy of your transcript. When did you graduate?
I graduated in 1999. I went to the school.
It has a big stamp on it at the bottom. It says unofficial copy. And generally we need
Okay.
an official copy.
Yes, ma'am. They put it like in a sealed letter. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I graduated. I have a high school diploma.
That's weird.
Yeah, and they have my date on there that I graduated in 19.
I don't know how many credits they required back then. It looked like you had about 20. And I mean, I graduated just a couple years before that, different school, but I know we had to have like 23 or 24. It varies by school. So we generally want an official copy
Okay,
to show.
whatever I need to do to get.
But that's a potentially different issue depending on what other decision the board members make.
Yes, sir.
Well, I would make the motion that we grant the tech license pending the board or staff getting the proper paperwork.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
So we'll need to get just an official copy from the school to show that you did graduate. And then at that point, we would be able to process and give you your permit.
Much.
And do you want, there you go. She's gonna give you the copy to show you what is throwing us off on it.
Yes. Yes, sir. So if I can get that taken care of, I can get my license.
Yeah.
I'm going there now.
Okay.
They did that. I really
We
did.
see all kinds of funny paperwork.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Miss Nancy. I know I've been calling you and getting on your nerves. I'm sorry. And I apologize to Ms. Christie.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I didn't know they have a tech program. Well, it's a trade school that apparently has a tech program. Yeah, high school diploma or GEDs required. So I mean, we just need an official copy. You got next. I started asking you before you walked out. Okay. Sabina. It's Sabrina. How are you doing, Ms. McDaniel?
I'm good. How are you all?
Doing well. I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the board. I'm going to tell you quickly who you're talking to and a couple things about this procedure today. On this side of the table, we're board staff members here that work in the board offices. Myself, Dr. Brenda McCready is our assistant director. Miss Ashley Bales is our legal counsel. On the other side of the table, you have three of our pharmacy board members that are decision makers here for your application today. We have Dr. Brian Jolly, who's chairing this committee, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Debbie Mack. We have your application to serve as a pharmacy technician in the state of Arkansas here. You did not tell us that anything was going to come back on it, but we found something we've got to talk to you about that the board members will have some questions on in just a couple minutes.
Okay, that's fine.
What we'll do is I'll turn over to Ms. Bales to tell us what had come up in your application, and the board members want to talk to you. At the end of our discussion, we call it informal because we're talking back and forth across the table today. They're going to come up with some suggestion for what they want to do with your application. They could suggest approving it, denying it, tabling it to consider looking at it again at a later date, or something in between, kind of all those options. Whatever they suggest, you can either agree with or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go forth with whatever it is they've suggested. If you disagree, it's your chance to say, you know what, I think I want to go ahead and have a hearing before the full board at a later date to reconsider, or to say, forget this whole thing and walk away. Those are kind of the two choices you have at that point. The questions I usually ask are, do you understand why you're here today?
Yes, sir.
What questions do you have about the process?
Well, first, when I applied initially, I didn't know, say this, I was supposed to have that sealed, years ago, but from my understanding, they said it was different people in the office and that I was supposed to follow up or so to double check. So I didn't know it was still open. So I didn't know.
Yeah, some agencies will still be able to see it even after that. And we can get into that in a minute. But if during this process, if you have a question about what's going on specifically, I realize you've never sat in that chair before. By all means, stop us and ask us and we'll answer any questions that you have.
Yes, sir.
So I'll turn over to Ms. Bales.
We brought Ms. McDaniel in for the informal committee today, and there's two incidents. And again, she did not disclose these on her application. And the first was an arrest on April 24, 2014 for a theft of property, which was a misdemeanor. Ms. McDaniel did provide a statement to staff after something came back on her background. And in that statement, she said that she had shoplifted a shot glass from a store at the Park Plaza Mall. She went to court on that charge and was sentenced to 1 year unsupervised probation, $350 fine and court costs, theft glass, and then was banned from Park Plaza Mall. Then later on March 18, 2015, a warrant was issued for her arrest for probation revocation and failure to pay fines on that theft charge. She got back in and became compliant with court orders, and the case was closed and expunged on March 1st, 2021.
Good morning, Ms. McDaniel. How are you?
Good. I'm fine. How are you?
Good. Can you tell us in your own words what happened regarding these incidents, please?
Yes. Okay. So I was 19 at the time. I was in college. I was kind of trying to be responsible. I had a car note. I had just got a phone through AT&T. So I had a job, but it was summertime. So I took my little cousin because it was her senior year. She was going into college. I was like, well, let's go find us a job. I stay in North Little Rock. So I kind of try to branch out to see new people, meet new faces, you know. So I tried Park Plaza. You know, we were walking around for a minute. And each store we went to, most people weren't hiring or some were full because it was, most people had a lot, were trying to do the same thing I was trying to do, you know. So I just took some applications and still walked around with them because at that time, everything was still paper. So we got upstairs because we came in through upstairs and we started at the bottom. So by the time we got back to the top, which where the store was, I went in, they had about 2 people in line. We kind of waited, just walked around close to the register, and she spotted them off to the side because I was rolling by the hats or something. And she said, hey, look at this. And I was like, what is that? And I looked, so when I came in, I had, it was a Louis Vuitton wallet purse, good size. I had that, my phone and my keys in one hand, and I had everything in the hand with my application. So as I'm grabbing those shot glasses, looking at them, because they had Cinderella and all these other princesses on there, I'm like, why would they, I didn't see that was right as being an adult shot glass and Disney characters. So I was like, we were just going through them. So when he said, hey, you guys can come over, I was like, oh, let's put these back. So as I was putting them back, I had a handful of stuff already. I didn't know that the shot glass rolled in between the paper applications. So when I went to the register, we talked for about 5 minutes because he was giving us the rundown, saying how they're kind of slow, but they're taking application. So we said, okay, we still took an application. We walked off and left. We got maybe down to the next store, and he came out the store and yelled and said, hey, girls, And we turned around, was like, he talking to us? And he was like, yeah, come here. He started fanning. So we walked back to see what was going on. And he said, hey, did you guys put everything back? And we said, yeah. Well, I was like, I can show you, you know, what happened because we were right here by the register. We go back by the register and I said, well, better yet, I can, you know, if I can put everything down, I can show you how things are in my hand and how I was grabbing it. As I put everything on the register, the glass rolled from between the papers. And I was like, I apologize. You know, I didn't mean no harm. We were over there looking, as you seen. I can put it back. Well, no. I'm going to have to call my store manager because it's the case where we have to, you know, what we have to handle. And I'll have to see what she says. So I said, okay. So we stood there and I was like, but it was an accident, you know, and I came back. He said, well, I just have to still let my manager know what's going on. So he called her and they were on the phone for about a minute. And he said, he explained to her how it happened. And he said, okay, well, I'm going to call the security and we'll go from there. As he hung up the phone, he said, so my manager decided to go ahead and prosecute. I'm going to have to call security and the police down. And I'm like, it was a shot glass and we came back. It was an accident, you know. He was like, well, and the security, they took a minute, about 2 minutes. So when they finally came, everybody looked disappointed, like, and that was unusual to us because we were like, well, if this is something serious, these people will come in urgency and not like they're lagging or, you know, we're back again. That's how I took it. So when he explained what happened, they were like, well, are you sure they meant to take it? You know, and the police were right there and were like, well, this other girl has a big bag. She's wearing a jacket. If these girls we want to steal, I'm sure they would have stuffed it, you know? And so they said, well, we'll just go ahead and take him downstairs. They were pretty much done talking to him. So as we got downstairs, the whole time we were walking the mall, we seen all the mall security and everyone, they seen us walking, sheriffs and all. So once we get down there to the bottom floor and walk into the office, it was a nice security lady. She was an older lady. She said, I've seen you ladies the entire time walking around this mall. She said, I'm going to tell you this. I'm due to retire soon. She said, but that store, it's not a good store. She said, the sales have been down. She said, and I'm going to tell you this because my guys are tired of going in there. She said they try to find people to prosecute or see if they're stealing or make some type of excuse to make up for their sales. And I said, well, that explains why they came in looking like, oh, here we go again or so, you know. And so she said, yeah. She said, well, did you girls try that store downstairs, Forever 21? And I said, we walked past and I said, we went in, but we figured the same, you know. And she said, well, no. She said, you go back down there. She said, you tell them I sent you. She said, because y'all got good attitude, good personalities. You should fit it right in, you know. She was like, and I like those girls down there. So she said, but what I'm going to do, she said, I still have to write everything up. She said, but if you take this to court, you tell them my name. She said, and everything that happened, they may throw this out. It's only $5. Okay. With me not having no idea about any of this stuff, I had to tell my mom, of course, what happened. So my mom instantly think, oh, we got to go to court, trial. Babe, we have no money for that, you know? And so I was like, well, Mom, I don't know what to do, you know? They told me to go to court. She said, well, if you got to go to court, because we have no idea about the justice. So she said, we got to go to court. We're going to need a lawyer, and I don't have money for that. You think you just pay a fine or pay it off, you know? And I said, well, I can see, you know? So my court date came, I went to court, and in order to pay the fine, they said we have to plead guilty. And in the back of my head, I'm still thinking about a trial and a lawyer. I'm trying to find a job. My mom, she was working at the VA at the time, so her schedule was kind of conflicted, you know. So I just went on and plead guilty to try to pay the fee. Well, in order to pay the fee, I asked, could I arrange community service? Well, I had 2 weeks of community service. I completed only a week. That second week, I had community service around September. That second week, which fell in like the middle of September, I became a little ill. I didn't know why I was ill until I ended up my mom made an appointment because actually a little TMI, we went bra shopping. And when I was trying my bra at home to get ready for work one day, she said, is that bra we just bought? That looks a little too little. That it just fit the other day. So she set me an appointment. I went to the doctor and I was 8 weeks pregnant. So finding I was pregnant, it's like I didn't really feel more sick until the further along I got. I was about 4 months. I was sick the entire time. I was back and forth to UAMS emergency room. I had kept my documents. So I didn't know because I didn't get to reach out to the probation officer. I didn't know they put a warrant out. So when I got to reach out to him, I took him my doctor's notes and explained everything while I haven't spoken to anyone what was going on. And he said, well, you have to speak with the judge. He said, I understand what's going on with you. He said, but you just got to tell the same thing to the judge, keep those paperwork. Okay, the court date came. Went to court and I explained to her everything and I told her I had the documents. The public defender, I think she told me, she said, just keep your documents there. So the judge asked me why weren't I able to complete my hours of community service? And I told her I felt ill. She seen I was about 5 months pregnant at time 6. And so I said, well, I'm working so I could try to pay the fine off. I took it as she was probably trying to help me out because I had this baby on the way. Cause she was like, no, we're not gonna do community service. She was like, we're just gonna commit her, and she slammed the thing. I never knew what commit was besides in a relationship or a marriage, you know. So it was my actually first time finding out what commit was. So she said, commit her, and she said, just stand to the side. So they walked me to the side. I didn't know. I had my mom's phone at the time because I was just started back at work because I was 5 months pregnant, was sick the whole time. So I was like, oh my God, what's gonna happen next? Because I had my mom's phone to even call her. Well, they ended up sending me to the back and I had to sit in the waiting cell, and they explained if I could pay half that day, then I could be released and just pay the other half, you know. But I didn't have that half because I had just started the job. And my mom was actually helping my aunt out with, because she's a diabetic, so she helped her get her medicine. So nobody had the funds. So they ended up letting me pay the fine off the 5 days in prison, pregnant. Well, yeah, prison, pregnant. And so once I got released, I went down, spoke with the probation officer and got my documents, and then that was it from there. I went back about 2 years ago though, because I tried to apply for DoorDash just for a little side job. They denied me. They said something came back on my background. And I'm like, I thought I had this done a few years ago. So I went back and spoke with the probation officer. He said, well, that should be closed, so you should talk with someone in the office. I went down to the main office in the criminal court. And they said, well, it should be taken care of. I got my printouts, and that was it, because in 2017, I worked for a bank and I had to do the same thing. So I figured it was situated, you know. Then once I applied with you all, I'm still thinking everything was good, because I had went back in 21 when I applied for DoorDash because I was going to school. So I was looking for something to go with my school hours. I could do part-time with my kid if needed be, you know. So once I applied for you all and they told me something came back, I was like, oh, gotta go back. I didn't know they would do it, you know. And they just explained to me that they had new people in the office and that maybe something went wrong, but that they did it this time and I could take both into you. So that's kind of what happened. I will say, through all of that, I learned my lesson. Don't touch anything if I'm not going to buy it. I preach that to my kid. My mom has always taught me that. So I try to tell my kid, you're not going to buy it, don't touch it. Because she's always asking, mommy, this, that. And I was like, just don't touch it. But, and I don't drink. Everyone at work, like, I think they just trying to make jokes amongst each other, you know. And I was like, you know, actually, they kind of scarred me because I was just getting out of high school. If I did want to drink, I didn't want to just because of that incident. And then with me being a mother, I want to be an example. So I try to stay in school. I try to keep something going for myself. I try to look, you know, the part. So that way she has an example, because while pregnant, she was about 1. This is a little TMI for me, but her dad went to prison. So with me being a single mom and I'm all she has, I want to make sure I'm that example for her, you know, for her to do right. I'm about to get a little emotional, excuse me, because where I stay, you gotta crawl before you walk. They brought me blind, y'all. They took our furniture, her toys, our clothes, even the food in our fridge. I have these bills I now have to pay because I'm due to move on the 1st. This had to happen before this because I tried to come in with clear mind and talk. But they just made it harder on me, but I still try to stay in school because I just graduated college and started school in December. I'm going back to finish up some hours to get my license, to take my written part to my license, because I took the practical already. Well, with that being said, I was like, I can apply for the pharmacy because I worked for Walmart pharmacy before as a cashier. And I just, my daughter has sickle cell, so I wasn't there at Walmart long enough. I was there about 3 months. Almost 3. I was 2 weeks away from the 3-month mark to be able to get the FMLA because she had sickle cell. So due to me running out of my timing, I wasn't able to, you know, have coverage because they were going to move me as a pharmacy tech. So I didn't get to do the process of that. So with her being sick, and everything. My job that I received after that was the bank, and that's when I went through the paperwork process. And so I initially started out in high school. My thing was, because I went to North Little Rock, they have these programs of welding and nursing. I was in the med pro program. And I wanted to go to the college
I'm going to
program.
interrupt you for just a second. Dr. Mack, Dr. Richmond, did she answer your question or did y'all have a different specific question?
I'm sorry, I did.
Well, I hesitantly asked this question. Why did you mark, I can understand why when it says, have you ever been cited, arrested, charged, blah, 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 you thought it was expunged.
Yes, sir.
But when it asked, have you ever had a record expunged, you put no.
That I was kind of confused on that part
Pretty
because.
short answer.
Okay, yeah, I was just kind of confused on that part, because so the reason I put no, when asked did I get arrested or anything, I put no, because I figured, it was gone. So then when it said, was it expunged, I wasn't sure. And then for me to go to that part, for me to have to do the paperwork, I put no.
So it's nothing you forgot. Happened 9 years ago, and you clearly had a very distinct memory of that.
I'm not gonna forget it.
I'll make a motion. So we can give her a pharmacy technician license.
I'll second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Good luck.
And to follow up, I am going back to school for nursing. I started
Good.
out to go to
Good for
college.
you.
Thank you.
Good.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you all.
Right. How you doing, Ms. McKnight?
I'm good. How about you?
Well, I'm John Hartley. I'm the director of the board. I'm going to tell you who you're talking to at this table today and just a couple things about this process. On this side, we are staff members here at the board office. Myself, Brenda McCready, who's our assistant director, Ms. Ashley Bales, who is our legal counsel. On the other side of the table, we have three of our pharmacy board members that are decision makers here today. Dr. Brian Jolly, who's the chair of this informal today, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Cynthia Mack. We had your application to be a pharmacy technician in the state of Arkansas. And we had some things come back on it that we need to talk to you about, but you did not tell us anything would come back, that it would not. So they're going to ask you about that in a minute.
That's fine.
In this process, after we have this conversation, they're going to come up with some suggested action of what they want to do with your application that you can either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go forth with whatever the board members tell us to do. And if you disagree with it, it gives you a chance to either request a full hearing, a formal hearing before the board at a later date, or to just kind of walk away and say, forget it. It's kind of in your court at that point. I always try to ask two questions. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes, sir.
What questions do you have about the process? You don't have to have one right now.
None right now.
And the point is, I understand you've never sat in that chair before, but if you have a question about what's going on at some point, stop us and ask any questions you have. We're going to try our best to answer that question.
Okay.
Bill?
We brought Ms. McKnight in front of the committee today, and there's one incident on her background. And again, she didn't disclose this arrest. But she was arrested on July 30th, 2021 for an aggravated assault charge, which is a misdemeanor. and then 4 counts of endangering the welfare of a minor. After she was notified that something did come back on her background, she gave staff a statement regarding the incident. And she stated she was in an argument with her husband. She grabbed a pot of hot water and poured it on herself and her husband, and then swung the empty pot at her husband. Police were called and Miss McKnight was taken to the hospital and then to jail. Ultimately, the charges were dismissed on the condition that she complete an anger management class, which she did on April, and they were dismissed on April 28, 2022.
Good morning, Ms. McKnight.
Right.
I want to ask you if you could just briefly summarize for us, in your own words, what happened here.
As far as the argument,
The
incident.
situation around the arrest and
my husband, he came home and I was in a fairly good mood, or I was in a good mood and everything. I had made a small statement to him that he took from it was in regards to the type of work he does. He's in flight, he works for a flying service in small town. And I had made a small statement that he kind of took and blew up. And he come downstairs from out of the shower. I was in process of getting my kids fed and everything. And my oldest daughter had put a pot of water on. She just put it on. And for some ramen noodles or something. But we were standing there, he got in my face, and we had a very bumpy, abusive relationship before that I thought, I can't do this. He was in my face threatening me, telling me how he was gonna basically, kill me if I took the kids away. And I told him, I said, I'm just asking you to leave until you calm down, that's all. And I reached back to grab a skillet and my hand grabbed a hold to the first thing that it touched. And whenever I was up in the air is whenever I realized what I had done. And he turned around and started beating me up really bad. And I called the police and asked them to come and escort him from the house. They told us that everything was fine. My kids were in a totally different room. That's what the 4 counts were, because they were in another room instead of the officer that arrested me. He had told me and told my kids, he said, no one's going to jail. Mama's coming back home. And he turned around and arrested me that night or that morning while I was still at the hospital. I stayed in hospital in the jail all weekend with no phone call, no report of anything being made. And everything, I went through lawyer and they had agreed that if my husband and I both, because we reconciled, went through therapy and anger management, and everything was dropped.
okay, thank you. Questions?
I understand the issue between you and your husband. Why was there a charge for child endangerment?
I've got 4 smaller kids that were in the living room at the time. We were in the kitchen, and the only thing that separated the living room and the kitchen was just a smaller doorway. And the officers they saw it happen. So I'm guessing that's why they put that on there.
They're in the vicinity of a physical altercation at Pleasant Ridge.
So why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
I've been a pharmacy technician since 2000, over in Tennessee. And we moved back to Arkansas because this is where both of us are originally from. I made the mistake and let my certification and my license go in Tennessee because I got pregnant in 2012, had complications with my pregnancy. VA hospital put me on a 3-year reprimand and I quit. And every year after that, it seemed like I was pregnant. So my husband goes, well, you're probably just going to stay at home and not work. And he said, why don't you let your certification go?
And I let my certification go, my license go, and the worst thing that I could have done, but I got a job back at Walgreens and I'm wanting to get back into pharmacy.
So you,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Did you say you went to the VA?
I was working, my last job as a technician was at the VA hospital in Memphis.
What did you say about the did you say
I
reprimand?
was
for
on a
3 years?
3-year reprimand for missing work because I had complications with my pregnancy.
Okay,
And I had quit the VA in May of 2012. And I still had to go to September 2012. No, yes, before I had my baby.
okay.
So
What type of certification did you have?
pharmacy, the
The
PTCB.
PTCB?
Yes.
Okay. Other questions? Is there a motion?
I make the motion that we grant the tech license today.
Have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Walgreens, locally, or what are you,
In West Memphis on Broadway.
you're working for them now?
Yes, sir, as
Okay.
a cashier.
Good luck.
Yeah, that's fine. I will ask. Thank you for coming in. Before I butcher it, how do you pronounce your last name?
Nickel John.
Miguel John, okay. I'm John Kirtley. I'm the Director of the Board of Pharmacy. I'm gonna tell you who all you're speaking to at this table. And a couple things about our procedure. So on my right, your left, we are all three staff members here at the board office. Myself, Dr. Brenda McCready is our Assistant Director. Ms. Ashley Bales is our Legal Counsel. On the other side of the table, we have Dr. Brian Jolly, who's the Chair of this informal committee, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Debbie Mack. We are here today. You have, I need to skip over to this. We have your application to act as a pharmacy technician for the state of Arkansas, and you let us know that you were going to have a couple of things come back on your application. So thank you for letting us know that for us to discuss with you. In a moment, I'll turn it over to Ms. Bales to describe what those issues are, and then you'll have a conversation back and forth with the board members and the staff. At some point, they're going to have some suggested action of what they want to do with your application. And whatever their suggestion is, you can either agree with it or disagree with it. If you agree with it, we go forth with whatever it is they suggest. If you disagree, you have basically two choices. One would be to request a formal hearing before the full board at a later date, which is 8 members, court reporter, a hearing officer. We swear everybody in. It's a more formal procedure similar to going to court. Or you can say, kind of forget this and just walk away. If you disagree. I always ask 2 questions. 1, do you know why you're here today? And do you have any questions about how the process works?
No, sir.
Okay. At any point during this, if you do have a question about what is going on or anything procedurally, by all means, get our attention, ask any questions you have, and we'll try to answer. Okay, Ms. Bales?
We brought Ms. Mickeljohn in front of the informal committee today. She did disclose 2 arrests. The first one being on September 2nd, 2014. She was arrested for shoplifting from Walmart in Little Rock. She provided us a statement and said she was shoplifting for the adrenaline rush. She went to court. She was sentenced to $490 in fines and court costs, unsupervised probation, theft class, and was banned from Walmart for 1 year. Then 2 years later, approximately on October 25th, 2016, She was pulled over for speeding and then arrested for DWI. Her blood alcohol content was 0.12%. She pled guilty to the charge and was sentenced to fine and court costs, community service work, driver's education, Mothers Against Drunk Driving class, and an interlock device for 6 months. In addition to the information I provided, we did receive an anonymous email regarding Miss Micklejohn today. I'm going to pass that out to the board members to review, and I'll give that to Miss Micklejohn as well. And it might present opportunities for questions. I'm not going to read it.
It's just an anonymous.
That's exactly what we received this
Yeah.
morning. I mean, an hour ago. We,
Reference the Arkansas Court Connect, did we?
I literally just pulled it up and looking at it.
The recommendation, rather than spending no time on this morning, is that we research. Table it.
I can tell you who it is. Bruce Scaggs.
I imagine it's whoever's in all this other court connect stuff with you. Is this like a significant other or something, or former?
We were together for 6 years on and off. And he has completely turned my world upside down since I've left him this summer, where he has called my family, he's called my employee, like not my employees, my coworkers, and harassed them, trying to tell them I have problems. And I don't know how to get him to quit. But no, ma'am. I'm not the best at picking people, I guess. The first one was during the DWI situation. I was 24. I was 24. I was staying the night at a friend's house. We were having a Halloween party, and he drove us there to the party. He drove us back to the house. I was going to stay there because I was drinking a couple beers, and I didn't want to drink and drive. His roommate was also my ex-boyfriend, but there was arrangements where he was not going to be home, and so I felt safe. Little did I not know that after a while, he came into the house intoxicated and started yelling at me and saying, like, accusing me of things with his friend, which was my friend that I was staying with. I was overwhelmed and I left and didn't think about that. I had just had a drink and made the poor choice of trying to remove myself from the situation while I was intoxicated. And I was just trying to get home and I was going a little fast, but that it was a mistake. It's not who I am.
It looks like you've each asked for orders of protection against the other at points in time, and I guess they were dismissed.
So when I first left him in 2018, I had order of protection on him because he kept showing up to my work, trying to talk to me when I just wanted to be done. And then it came to a point where I just broke down and I ended up going to Rivendell to just get away from it all. And I got on antidepressant and anti-anxiety medicine. And then we ended up working things out and talking, and I went back. Then the second time I left in 2021, and he showed up at my other friend's house on 4th of July and started verbally attacking me and telling me that I'm not myself, I'm not Lauren anymore. I don't even know who you are anymore. To the point where it scared me. And so he put an order of protection on me, trying to keep me from putting one on him. So in his mind, he did me a favor and dropped it for my birthday last year, or that year, 2021. And then we ended up talking and thought we worked things out. And then I just finally had the last straw, and I finally moved out for good. I just want to get a new start. I want to be a better person. I want a career. I just want to move forward and make the best of who I am.
So you would say, yes, you did have an alcohol-related incident in an argument with him, but were there arrests or anything over alcohol or drugs?
Just that DWI.
Other than the DW, because I'm not seeing in the reports, the order of protection, that there are allegations of that. But,
And the background check would have picked up on all of that.
well, it would pick up on arrest or convictions, but I mean, they don't pick up like orders of protection if you are either the one filing one or having one filed against you. But I'm looking at Court Connect. I'm not seeing a whole bunch of yours and work.
I need a battery.
You don't mind?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think that's probably correct. It wouldn't show up. If it was active, it might show up. If she was pulled over, a police officer might be able to run it and find it, but wouldn't necessarily come back on our background check.
Why do you think this person sent this in today?
He's a vengeful person. He found out that I started dating another man and lost his cool about it, contacted the gentleman that I've been talking to and his family members apparently as well, without proof, because he uses anonymous phone numbers and anonymous emails. But doing this to make my life in a matter of speaking, a living hell. He's trying to keep me from moving forward so that I can depend on him and go back to him.
Well, I can appreciate people wanting to alert a licensing agency. But if you're going to be concerned enough, you shouldn't be doing it
Put your name on it.
anonymously and sign your name to your work.
Yeah,
Um,
and we don't have any more reason to believe.
Right, we did a background check that has served us well in the past. What I'm seeing is something that happened 7 years ago and beyond. While on one hand, it would suggest we need to do our homework, but we've already done our homework.
And I've looked at it, Ms. Bells is looking at it now. It's there's a war of the roses going through Court Connect is what it looks like, but it's a relational issue. It doesn't look to me like it's destruction of property or to the level of being even drug in for abuse and charges.
Well, this would seem to be a false claim made to a government agency. This would seem criminal. I think somebody ought to search the IP address and find where it came from and let him have a dose of his own medicine.
And I'm looking at the application for the border protection and it sort of reads similarly to this email. So I would probably agree with Dr. Kirtley's assessment. This might be just War of the Roses type of situation. There's no arrest report attached to the ex parte order request, so the assessment's probably correct.
Promotion. This matter.
I'll make the motion that we grant it. I would just want to say this could make you angry. This came in today, but don't go back and get in some
react.
other kind of trouble.
It upsets me, yes, but I know that I'm better than that. I know that I'm a hard worker with good work ethics. And I just want to improve in my life. So I'm just gonna move forward.
This is a good example of turn the other cheek and just keep walking.
Yeah.
I'll second the motion.
Those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Motion passes.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you. Y'all have a wonderful week.
Who got?
Ma'am.
How you doing, Ms. Lamb?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing good. If I can remember to turn on my microphone. I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the board. Yours is on.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to tell you who you're talking to and a couple of things about this procedure as we get started. First of all, on this side of the table, we are staff members here at the board office. Myself, Dr. Brenda McCready, who's our assistant director, and Ms. Ashley Bales, who's our legal counsel. On the other side of the table, we have three of our board members who are decision makers here today. Dr. Brian Jolly, who's chairing this committee for us, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Debbie Mack. We have your application as a pharmacy technician from the state of Arkansas. I can flip mine back to the right one. And on that, you did not let us know that anything would come back. You told us it would not, but we did have some things that came back in your record that the board members are going to want to talk to you about in a moment. So I'll turn over to Ms. Bales and then she'll tell us why we're here and the board members have some questions. And then they'll have some suggestion for action if they want to deny your application, approve your application, if they want to table it to consider it later. Whatever their suggested action is, you can either agree with or disagree with. You agree with it, we go forth whatever they've asked us to do. If you disagree, then you can ask for a full hearing before the board at a later date, or you can choose to say, forget this and walk away. But you have a choice at that point. So I always ask, do you know why you're here today?
Yeah.
If you have any questions about what is going on in this, I realize you've never sat in that chair before. So if something's going on and you don't understand and you're wanting to ask a question, wave your hand, raise it, get our attention, and ask any questions you have, and we'll be sure to answer. All right. Ms. Bales?
We brought Ms. Lamb in for the informal committee today. There's just two incidents from 2008. The first one was an arrest on August 22nd, 2008 for shoplifting. She did go to court and enter a plea of guilty to that charge. She was fined $500 fine and court costs. She was barred from Sam's Club for 1 year. She was to enter into a probation monitoring program with Protrack. And expungement was available to her on condition of successful completion of probation. But then in November 2018, or 2008, sorry, she was charged with contempt of court because she failed to enroll in that probation program and failed to pay her fines and court costs. She was given amnesty on the condition that she pay her outstanding balance in full. But because probation wasn't completed as ordered, the case was no longer eligible to be expunged and the charge remains on her record. According to her statement, she didn't answer the question regarding expungement of her record correctly because the judge offered her expungement and she didn't ask for it. And she's had several background checks and the charges never come up before.
Thank you. Good morning. So could you briefly tell us in your own words, what happened here with the situation around the, arrests?
Oh, in 2008.
Yes.
So and there's no easy way to say it. I was with my aunt and I decided to shoplift for the first time and I got caught. So, I mean, that's just it.
Okay. Any additional questions from? Yeah. You're working at Walgreens now?
I do, yes, sir, it did say informal, so I feel really underdressed. I just want to say that first of all. But yes, I just came from work to this, yes, sir.
You haven't stolen since?
Absolutely not. That was one and done for me. I can say, I don't know if this matters or not, but I will say, I worked for Walmart for almost 8 years. And that was part of the reason why I said no, because I subjected myself to probably 7 or 8 background checks, firearms, and then my last position with them was actually asset protection. So as ironic as it is, you know, it wasn't that I didn't want to talk about it or didn't want to let y'all know about it, just it never came up. So
You ended up working in asset protection for
Walmart, yes, sir.
And the reason I asked about the Walgreens is a lot of times we have folks that want to get there, like you already work there, but you want to get your tech license to be able to either fill in or work there full time. So is that what
It's to
you're?
become a store manager, actually.
Okay.
So he will let me move forward. I'm already a salary member of management for Walgreens, but he just won't let me move forward into the store manager role until, you know, the decision's made.
Okay. Any other questions? We have a proposed motion.
I'll move that we grant her a license, technician license.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations.
All right, we'll walk you back up front and they'll process it for you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, have a good one.
Here.
Good luck.
You're efficient. Back them through.
This is part of why we bumped the afternoon to 2, is because it's like knowing how many we had and how many may or may not show up. And we've got one coming that's gonna take an hour. So that way it's like, well, as long as we'll have a chance to take a break to find some food and get back for 2.
What's ONH?
Order notice hearing. Got to order like for even a full hearing if we can't reach a resolution today. We've already mocked it up. Do that. Okay. But she's here now. Yeah. She's a little shaken. Oh, she hadn't made it in here yet? Or, oh, okay. Yeah, she was on the phone trying to figure out where the building was and Christy heard the crash. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. It's terrible. Yeah. And then we'll get on.
This state.
Staten, yes. Is he coming? I'm surprised. Yeah. There you are. All right, Miss Staten, take a deep breath. I know it's been a stressful morning for you.
Yes, sir.
I will tell you that I have too had a car wreck on my way to the office, and I'm not the only person in this room besides you that could say that. So it's exciting in downtown Little Rock from time to time.
And I do apologize for it.
No, that's, those types of things are unavoidable, and our agency is very understanding of sometimes you just have car wreck. I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy, and I'm going to tell you who you're talking to and just a couple things about this procedure. On this side of the table, we are staff members here at the board office. Myself, Dr. McCready is our assistant director, and Ms. Bales is our legal counsel. And then you have three of our pharmacy board members that are decision makers here today on your application. Dr. Brian Jolly, who is chairing this informal for us today, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Debbie Mack. So we have your application, and you told us nothing was going to come back on it, but we did find something we're going to have to talk to you about.
Okay.
So what I'll do in a moment, I'll turn it over to Ms. Bales, and she'll tell us what we found. Then the board members are going to want to talk to you about it. And at some point, they're going to come up with a suggested decision. It could be to approve your application, to deny it, to say, we're going to hold it for 6 months and reconsider a year, or we'll approve it under some condition. Whatever they come up with, you can either agree with or disagree with.
Okay.
If you agree with it, we go forth with whatever it is that they've suggested. And if you disagree, you have the choice of either requesting a formal hearing before the board at a later date, or saying, kind of forget this and just walking away from it. So I always ask, do you know why you're here today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you have any questions during this process about what's going on, I realize you've never sat in that chair. It's a stressful situation, but if you have a question to ask us, by all means, please do, and we'll do our best to answer it for you.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Bales?
We brought Ms. Staten in front of the informal committee today, based on what came back in her background check. As Dr. Kirtley said, she did not disclose these arrests to us. The first one was August 27, 2010. She was charged with theft of property, misdemeanor, and obstruction of governmental operations. She did provide a statement explaining that arrest after staff reached out to her after her background check came back. In that statement, she said she put a hair bow in her purse and left the store without paying for it. She did go to court and was fined $640. The charge was later sealed. Then on August 24th, 2018, she received and was convicted of a possession of controlled substance charge, a misdemeanor. And in her statement regarding that charge, she said that she was driving her sister's car, which had marijuana in the driver's side console. She went to court and was fined, and the charge was ultimately dismissed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
So Ms. Staten, briefly tell us in your own words, 2 incidents here, one from 2010, one from 2018. Just briefly explain to us in your own words, what happened here.
On the situation in 2010, I was with a couple friends and I wanted to be cool, and I thought it was cool to be with them. And we went into the mall, and I think it's Plaza Mall here in Little Rock. We went inside the Claire's store, and I seen a hair bow that I wanted to match my dress. So I was like, well, maybe my friends like me a little bit more if I get this hair bow. So I'm gonna take it without, paying for it. And his result was I had went to jail for it or whatever. And I learned from it, they still not my friends. So I just suggested not to do that again. Then on the situation with the last situation with the misdemeanor with the weed in the car or whatever, I was on my way to a job interview where I went to school for, and I was driving my sister's car or whatever because my car was in the shop, and I couldn't get no other way because I wanted that job because I went to school for it. And so I had her. Asked her, can I use a car or whatever? She was like, yeah, sure. As long as you put some gas in it or whatever. I was like, okay. Long story short, I didn't think to look inside her car because, it's my sister. I like I said, on my way to the interview, came back or whatever, the police stopped me or whatever. Prior to that, situation, my sister already had got stopped or whatever, and I didn't know nothing about it or whatever. And he stopped me, he searched the car, I allowed him to search the car, and he found it in the car, and in the result, I ended up in jail.
Okay. So, why do you want to be a pharmacy? You mentioned something earlier about going to school.
Yes, I currently got my associates, my bachelor's degree, and I'm working on my master's right now for office medical management, in so many words. I want to help people, you know, get into medical field or whatever, and help people to show them, you know, it's more to just stand around and not doing nothing with your life, you know. And I really feel like the medical field would be fit for me, just to start at the pharmacy or whatever.
Okay. Dr. Myers?
Marijuana?
No, sir.
Have you ever used marijuana?
No, sir.
So when do you finish all this education and what kind of job will you get then?
I really haven't made my mind up because right now I'm currently a teacher right now. And like I said, I haven't really made my mind up yet to where I want to go because I'm from a small town named Hope or whatever. And it's not that much to do down there yet. And I want to wait till my kids get a little bit more older and do something further more with them before I decide to move around.
So you're a teacher in the school system?
Yes, sir.
What do you teach?
I'm special ed. I do one-on-one with special ed
Okay.
students,
What grade level?
7th, 8th.
At Hope, at Hope.
Yes, sir.
Any particular subjects? Math? science?
I really do like language and reading and math with them.
Okay, so literacy and math.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
I have one. Are you also working at Superfoods?
Yes, ma'am. They currently feel dismissed Super One Foods or whatever, and they gonna combine with Walgreens, and I don't think I wanna go cross over to Walgreens with them yet.
It's one of the stores are closing.
Yes, sir.
All right. There's no more questions. Have a motion or entertain.
I'll move that we grant her tech license.
I'll second.
Yeah, motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do apologize for being late.
Oh,
That's all right.
I'm sorry you had a wreck.
yeah, we're very sorry you had a wreck.
I do apologize.
Are you travel ready to go back to,
Yes, I'm fine to go, but
okay?
yes, sir.
Okay.
It just, she knocked the front end off, the bumper, and then like the little piece of the head, like knocked my front end camera off.
Okay.
So I'm gonna hand.
Not your sister's car again, is it?
No, this is mine.
Oh.
Oh, no, I would never get in one of her vehicles.
You need to be very careful going
Yes,
back.
thank you.
Thank you.
And I do apologize again.
I mean, and even beyond that, the board has always told us if it's a theft property issue that you have to see them. Way it happened today. Okay. If you'll tell me the correct way to pronounce your last name, I'll try not to butcher it too bad.
How you doing, Dr. Richmond? All right. My name is,
Started. Yeah. One of your former students. Do you feel like that will prevent you from being able to give an unbiased decision?
I don't want you, well, do I think no?
No.
But it's not about the impropriety, it's about the appearance of impropriety.
Understand.
So I would prefer to,
If you'd like to recuse, that'd be fine.
I would
So how do you pronounce your last name?
Ahobelem.
Ahumbellan.
Ahobelem, yeah.
Ahumbellan.
But I go by Ugo.
Ogo.
Ugo.
Yeah. All right. I think I can keep that part straight. So Ugo, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the board. On this side of the table, you have three of us that are staff members here in the office, myself, Dr. Brendan McCready, who's our assistant director, Ms. Ashley Vales, who is our legal counsel. And then on the other side, you know, Dr. Richmond, who's actually going to not participate in the decision today, but we also have Dr. Brian Jolly, who's the chair of this informal committee, and Dr. Mack, who's one of our pharmacy board members as well.
Okay.
So in your package, you guys have a reciprocity application, and we have been working with him that there are some odd complexities to his application, that he was a student that graduated from Arkansas, but he never got a license here, and therefore he did not get a license by exam here. We'll get into more of that in a second, but in this process, they're going to make a decision on how to handle your reciprocity application today.
Yeah.
And whatever decision they make, you could agree with or disagree with. But there are some technical complexities on this one that are unusual compared to most of what we see during the day, are like technician applicants or people with other disciplinary issues. Whatever decision they come up with, since you can agree with it or disagree with it, it's something that you don't have to do right here, sitting here right now. It's something that you would get the chance to make that decision later as well. I will turn over to our staff to give an overview of your application, and the board members are probably going to want to talk to you.
Okay.
And they'll come with that. Do you have any question about how the process works?
Well, I just wanted to know, I will be given a chance to explain, right?
You will.
And
You will.
okay.
So
I don't want to hold up the whole.
No, you're
paperwork
fine.
and stuff.
We have a whole bunch of people on the schedule and we're going. I know, and I'll tell you up front, we do have a technical issue that generally you're not eligible for reciprocity if you're under current action in another state, which we have kind of found out about. So I'll punt over to Ms. Bales to describe the application issues.
So we brought Mr. Ahuwelum in for informal committee today. He's anxious to get this situation straightened out because he wants to move to Arkansas. He submitted his application on June 16, 2023. In the application, he disclosed that he had been the subject of disciplinary action and had his registration revoked, suspended, or subjected to other disciplinary action. So he answered that correctly on the application. He was asked by staff to provide a statement regarding the disciplinary action. He responded to our staff member on June 28, 2023. He said there was a show cause hearing on December 21st, 22, and the board ultimately rescinded the summary suspension. However, when we were looking into this, we were pulling records from the Maryland Board of Pharmacy. He had signed a consent order after a hearing with the Board of Maryland on June 6, 2023. So about 2.5 weeks before he answered to Ms. Sweet. That order is in your tablet. The order reprimanded him and placed his license on probation for at least 1 year. They fined him $1,000. They ordered additional CE. And then gave him an opportunity to submit a petition to terminate probation after 1 year, and when he was in full compliance, if he became in compliant with all the orders. During the hearing on the matter, the board found that he had committed employee pilferage, which is basically diversion. The details of which are contained in the consent order in your tablet, in the findings of fact. He did not disclose the full disciplinary action to the board. In addition, at the time of his application, he had not renewed his Maryland license. It had expired at the end of May 2023. After I alerted him to that and told him he couldn't get reciprocity At that point, he did clear that up and he does have a license with Maryland, although it's under probation order.
I think one other thing, if you line up the dates on this, generally, when we get a reciprocity application from NABP, it's a snapshot at that specific time. So at the time that they process his reciprocity, it was before the action had been applied in Maryland. So we found out about that afterwards. But when we'd asked him about Maryland, he told us about the first half but not the second half. So you probably want to talk about that. But it's not currently in good standing in Maryland, which is generally one of our requirements for reciprocity.
And we have the NABP printout also in your packet. Confirm that.
It's active, but it's in a probationary state and so not in good standing.
Correct. And again, we were concerned because we were sort of told half the story from the applicant. And he indicated to Ms. Sweet that it was sort of dismissed on what is the equivalent of an emergency hearing for us.
So do we have two separate issues? Do we have one with filling what were thought to be forged? And then pilferage, or are they one and the same? Is that the same related?
That's the same
case.
It's the same incident. In the order, it called it employee pilferage. In the NABP report, it's called diversion. So it's the same thing. And if you look at the findings of fact in the consent order, that's clearly what happened. And I will add that at the time of this application, I still think that's probably the case. He was working at or is working at a marijuana dispensary in, is it Virginia?
Correct.
Okay, currently, yes.
So I'm not familiar with marijuana law. Do you have an active license in Virginia as well?
Yes,
For pharmacist license?
correct. In Virginia, it's only a medical purpose. It's not recreational. So you need to be a pharmacist to dispense that.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Ms. Vales, I'm just trying to follow this. So
You're good.
pardon. So they rescinded something, but then before that though, he had already signed a.
Well, no, so they had an emergency order or emergency hearing. They call it something different, but it's the same process that we have. They really took no action at that time, but they reserved the right to go through a disciplinary action. It looks like that's what they did. And they had a hearing. And at the end of the hearing, the consent order was signed by Mr. Ahubuelam.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I can actually explain everything if you
We're gonna
guys
get
want.
to you. We're gonna get to you. We're
Okay.
gonna get to that. I want to.
Yeah, so then, and our concern was he signed it, so he was aware of it at the time that he told Miss Sweet, our staff member, that the only thing that happened was the emergency hearing and it got dismissed. So it indicated to us that he's not being completely forthcoming about the disciplinary action in Maryland. During that process, and it's even in the order, he let his Maryland license lapse. He has gotten it renewed based on, I guess, an email from me that said, hey, you need to get this renewed because you can't reciprocate from something that,
It's
from Maryland,
expired.
that's
Yeah.
expired.
But we didn't know it was going to be on probation either.
Well,
Yeah.
right. So based on what he presented us to Ms. Sweet, Dr. McCready and I sort of investigated the Maryland Board records and discovered this consent order that followed the emergency hearing. So it's all one incident. And it's diversion.
Thank you. Thanks for laying that out. Yes.
Checking
Yes.
that.
Yeah, and it's for Schedule II drugs was the allegation, the diversion.
Okay. Yeah, you good. Okay, so now, good morning. Thanks for being here. Want to turn it over to you so you can explain to us in your own words what's happened here.
Okay, so how is this gonna work? You're gonna ask me questions and I answer, or?
What we would ask you to do right now is provide a summary of what's all around the circumstances
Okay.
around the event that occurred in Maryland. And yes, we may have follow-up questions after that, but just asking for you to summarize.
All right, sure. So I'll start by giving you guys a little bit of background of me personally. My name is Ugochukwu Ahobelem. I'm from Nigeria originally. I graduated high school in 2011. And when I graduated, after 6 months, I applied and I became a pharmacy technician with CVS Pharmacy. And I worked my way. I went to pharmacy school. And as soon as I graduated pharmacy school 2019, they gave me a floating pharmacist position. As a floating pharmacist, I was only a pharmacist for a month, 2 months. And one of the things about me as a pharmacist is when I do my work, I put my life into it, you know. Some of the floating pharmacists, when they come, they just do a haphazard jobs and just go about their way. It's not my style. So I was working at one store, and I didn't know that the district leader was there. He saw how I was working. He was impressed. From there, he came to me and told me he's been looking at me, and he said he wants me. You know, he got a stores for me to be a pharmacy manager. So it was only 2 years I became one of the highest paid pharmacists in Maryland, just 2 years. I didn't do that because there was favoritism. I did that because it was hard work, and ethically, I work really hard. It doesn't matter what store I am, where I am, it's just the way I work. So I have been floating, working at my store, floating at other pharmacies, helping out. If you notice, I don't know, it happened every state. Last year, there was shortage of pharmacists, so stores were closing. And instead of closing those stores, I was actually working about 70-something, 80 hours a week, trying to make sure my store is open for my 42-hour shift, and I take about almost 30 hours, 30-something hours, helping the other stores instead of having those stores closed. So it happens that the last time I floated at one store, a brand new store, this event that they claimed happened. You know, mind you, that was on a Friday, and you know, after working a long shift, like almost 80 hours that week. I couldn't understand, pick what happened and where that happened or anything. But after a week, the loss prevention guy came to me, and at another store I was floating, trying to talk to me about incident that happened, you know, asking me if interrogating me, trying to get words out from me. So I was really upset because I've been with the company for over, give or take, 11, 12 years. And I've been loyal, and they've seen how I have climbed all the way today. I mean, they were going to make me get into the district leading program, you know, in a few months, because they know how I operate. They know that I'm one of the best pharmacists they've ever had, you know, in the region. That's why they were paying me so much. But I was frustrated that my boss at that time, she is brand new to that district. My boss at that time, she did not stand up for me. I felt like they were accusing me of something that I didn't do. They said I forged something or something, but even if I did dispense medication, I didn't see the red flags. Maybe it happened. It happens because that store I'm telling you, they moved me to, it's been closed for 3 days. You know, at CVS, even when the power is out for 2 hours, you get backed up. Imagine the store being closed for 3 days, how much of work you have to do. They sent me over there to clean it up. You know, I was like, okay. And mind you, the pharmacists before me, none of them, one thing pharmacists, especially floating pharmacists, hate to do is fill narcotics. I don't know about you guys, but over there in Maryland, people hate doing that. So I have a backlog of narcotics and everything in front of me that I have to do, customers in front of me yelling at me. And that store they are known for, you know, filling high volts of narcotics. You know, the reason why I told you my background initially is just to let you know that when I work, I work. So I was trying to get everything cleared. I was trying to get the queue cleared. Did I do my due diligence in those narcotics? Not all of them. Yeah, because again, they've been backed up for 3-4 days, and I had to push the whole thing out. But then they blaming me I am to blame, but accusing me that I'm doing drug diversion, I mean, I don't even know what I would do with those pills. How much would I get for those? I was making $80.75 per hour as a pharmacist, you know, but I was mad because my boss did not stand up for me. Like she should have known my quality and what I'm worth for the district. She didn't stand up for me. Everyone, both her and the district, the loss prevention guy, they were trying to, well, she was just there, but she didn't speak up for me. So I was upset. And then when I left, I sent in my resignation because I felt like there was no good faith when it comes to my relationship with my boss. So when I left, I sent my resignation. I left the company. And then after few weeks, I got a job with Safeway Pharmacy, which is one of the also a big chain around where I live. While I was working at Safeway, I received a letter from it's called Charles County Police Station, that I have been summoned because of some criminal charges. Okay. I was like, wow, what's going on? And then I read it. I went and presented myself. I had a lawyer. And then when we went to court, the case was closed because there was not sufficient evidence or whatever. I don't know the terms but they used, but it was put on stand. I don't know.
Can I ask, can I interrupt? So was that related to the oxycodone?
Yeah, that was the first file charges. They say it's criminal charges, but they dropped the whole thing and put it stand.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was according to the document I'm looking at from the Maryland Board of Pharmacy, I believe. That's who this is from. It was 120 oxycodone 10 and 112 oxycodone 15.
That's what it says. Yeah.
That's what's listed. Okay. So what was your explanation for what happened to those pills? Why they were, I'm assuming that per your perpetual inventory system that you were off by that much. And so
no, it wasn't off. They said I dispensed fraudulent scripts to a patient. That's what the whole thing is all about.
So it's not that the inventory was off. It appears to me they say there were 5 prescriptions and there were a couple that had hard copies and a couple they couldn't find them for, that the back tags did not match and had been used to fill multiple prescriptions, where there were either misspellings on the name or the wrong prescriber located on it or something else. So the system showed that the prescriptions were dispensed, so the count could be right. What it appears they were accusing him of is that he was filling fraudulent prescriptions.
Right.
That he should have known were fraudulent or did not have paperwork for them. So they're calling it employee pilferage or diversion, like he was assisting or knowingly filling fraudulent prescriptions. So it looks to me like in October of 22, they gave you a summary suspension of your license. And then when they had a show cause hearing later, they dropped it and you got your license back.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to there.
And so you got it back because they dismissed it with the ability to refile. Then they had either a hearing or an agreement that put you on probation instead of having a full hearing.
Well, I was gonna get to there. I was still trying to make my way. That's why I asked you guys if I didn't want to take up all the time.
The other one after you is going to take a while too, but is that basically the kind of the chain of events that happened? And I get there's a whole lot of complexity about you were working a lot of hours and it was busy and backed up. And I think the way I'm hearing it is your explanation is you were so overworked and overstressed that you just missed if you should have caught that would have been a fraudulent prescription and that the paperwork wasn't there later for some unknown reason.
Well, if the paperwork is there or not, I wouldn't be my fault because again, that store have like floating pharmacists every single day. I mean, it could have been anyone.
Well, I mean, and I understand in their workflow, you fill a prescription, you throw it in what we call the California file, and someone later may or may not put them in order. They just basically bundle up and go, This is from June 1st to June 15th is in this bundle, or June 1st and 2nd is in this
Something
bundle.
like, and normally, sometimes I don't have to be the one to type in the script. So I can just, it would have been me just to verify the scripts. It could have been anything that happens that could have happened in that moment.
And I bet in that store, were there people in other locations that would do data entry for you and then you just have
Yeah,
scripts
they
to
share
check?
data, yeah, because it's a high volume store. Every day they do about 600 to 800 scripts.
Yeah.
And they haven't opened the store for 3 days. They really fills everything,
Yeah,
new scripts,
you're backed up 2,000 prescriptions when you
more
walk
than
in.
that.
So, and then it gets into for boards, the technical issue of, when you did not have a Maryland license that was active, we could not reciprocate you unless you had an active license. The problem is we usually, the usual procedure is you have to have a license that's active and in good standing, which would mean if it's on probation, we would say that's not in good standing. It was in good standing when you started your paperwork, but it became not in good standing during your paperwork. And I've been here.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
Well, the thing is, the first conference hearing I had was the showcase hearing. I made my case. And the funny thing is, it was against the assistant DA. So it was I and the assistant DA. It wasn't I and the board.
Okay.
So
But you had it was a criminal proceeding then.
that was different. The criminal proceeding was taken care of because in the paperwork, he claimed that the next day I rang out those patients. I didn't even work at the store the next day. So I don't know what they were talking about. And the videos came, yeah, go ahead.
Actually, that's not what
not
the
what I read.
Maryland Board of Pharmacy claims.
That was for the
Yeah, that-
criminal charges.
We're at this point only talking about really the pharmacy.
Okay.
I was confused. You say the assistant district attorney, that's generally a criminal proceeding, not a pharmacy board proceeding, but it may just work differently.
Well, yeah, it was her and I going against it. So they heard her case, the first showcase hearing, and they heard my case, and they decide to rescind my suspension, which is something they have never really done before. That's what I heard, but I don't know how true is it. But they said they haven't really rescinded license when they suspended. I don't know if they don't want to make it look they are bad, they didn't have the facts right, and that's why they don't normally rescind it, but they rescinded mine because I don't know, I guess I was able to convince them, but she still wanted to get something out of it. They did wanted to get something out of it. So we had what we call a conference settlement. So the conference settlement is the DA and I will come together and figure out the best settlement. The best settlement is either she drops all the charges and everything is cleared, or she will tell me what she needs from me. And if I don't like it, then we can go to full evidentiary hearing, which is where we start calling in witnesses and all that stuff. But I didn't want to go into the evidentiary hearing because my wife at the time, she was so overstressed, she lost her baby. And our baby, she had a miscarriage. And then her aunt just got diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer. So she can't really, we had a lot going on in our household. And when she told me the settlement that it could be, the settlement being, I paid a $1,000 fine. I have to be on probation for a year and all that stuff. I was like, sure, why not? Because I have to get a lawyer and then we'll have to keep going back and forth. I didn't want that. I just want this to be over. But then my wife, after the whole thing happened, I signed the form. I decided that this is what I want because I don't want to go and stretch it because I got tired. It's been over a year. This stuff keep going back and forth. My life was on pause. Our life was on pause. So my wife's aunt is not doing too well. That's why she decided that we should move closer to home, which I found reasonable because my parents are actually retiring and I'm moving back to Nigeria in the next few months. There is no reason for me to really stay in Maryland anymore because I was only there for them. So that's why I moved down here. She's already here. She already got her temporary license to practice. And that's why I wanted to move down here. Other than that, Virginia did not have, I still have my email from Virginia. They did their investigation on their end. They did not go with any other action. And I do apologize for not putting all the informations in. When this whole thing happened, I was in a bad state. I was just trying to get a lot of things done. With my wife, what's going on with my wife, with everything going on. I mean, if I wanted to lie, I would have checked that I haven't been suspended or whatnot. There's no point, missing out all this information, but it's just the way it is. Everything happened during the time in May, and I actually forgot to renew my license. And now I had to pay 2 to 3 times to get my license renewed, because in Maryland, if your license is expired and you don't renew it, you have to fill out a different application for reinstatement and pay over $527 license reinstatement fee. I wouldn't want that. If it's just that my mind was just occupied with a whole lot of things, and I let some of those things slide. Yeah.
So the details, I don't know if we should go into this or not, Dr. Curley, but some of the details in here about the video surveillance.
We don't have any of that.
The written.
I mean, we don't have the video.
Right, right. It's kind of concerning as far as what was observed.
So he does have a license there. It's not in good standing.
Right.
And then, so we aren't really, I'm asking, but we're not really gonna go try to figure out everything that did or didn't happen in Maryland. Are we just
I don't know.
trying to
We
decide?
are not going to be able to reinvestigate that case from
Yeah.
Arkansas. And so the question to the informal is, because he has a license in another state, but it is not in good standing, he's basically asking for a waiver from that requirement for you to grant reciprocity.
And the reason why I think I deserve getting this waiver is because I know that I'm a good person. At Safeway, I was only working there for 5 months. And when I told my boss that Maryland suspended my license, she was right there for me. She fought the ethics, the legal committee. They reserved my position as the pharmacy manager, waiting to hear from the board. She was the first one to tell me my license has been rescinded. When am I coming back to work? Only 5 months, and she was able to fight for me. So if she can do that, I think, I did a good job in just 5 months. That's how I influence people. If I was there much longer, it would have been much more. I mean, I do have the email she sent to me, because I had to tell her that I want to step away from retail pharmacy because of the whole thing. So she sent me a very heartbreaking email, how she fought for me. But at the end, I still didn't come back. She didn't take it a good way. But the reason why I'm telling you this, in just a space of 5 months, I was able to impact her in a more positive way. I am a good person, and I deserve, to show that to people. The reason why I did pharmacy is to help people out. Those 80 hours I was working is not for the money. I was working because if a store is closed, you don't know who wants their blood pressure medication and couldn't get it. And you can't do the transfer because the store is closed. It's a lot of things. So I might not know how many lives I've saved those long hours I work, but that's one of the reasons why I was doing it.
Have we ever let anyone have a reciprocity with probation?
I cannot recall one, because generally it would not necessarily go through the NAVP reciprocity process. This is a unique issue in that the probation is so new, it did not get caught in the process. So like you could see that there was a summary suspension, or you could see that it had been lifted, but there was still a pending case when the reciprocity application went through that I'm guessing NAVP didn't know because it hadn't been reported to them. And then we found out by chance about the probation because he had not told us about that or shared it. Like if we hadn't have just by chance looked at Maryland, we would not have known what a process. Is that?
The reason we looked at Maryland initially was because his license had lapsed.
Yeah, we
Not have
saw the
an active
expiration
license to
date.
Reciprocate. He did not have an active license to reciprocate. And I think Ms. Bales sent him an email and said we were going to take him off the docket because he didn't currently have an active license. At that time, we realized his license was on probation when it expired.
And what's the situation with Virginia? I'm sorry.
We have no idea.
And then he reinstated his license in Maryland, but it is still on probation.
Until
Virginia
when?
is in good standing. I mean, I do have the letter right here. The letter is, they concluded their investigation and they decided not to take any action, but they say they still have reserved the rights to take any further action if they choose.
When was the letter dated?
Well, this is, when the first stuff started. That's the only one.
My guess is that that letter is dated before they knew that you were placed on probation.
Right, no, even before the.
So I'm saying that because they wrote you a letter before the final action. So this will now hit the National Data Bank and Virginia will get an alert that you're now on probation. So without a letter now saying they continue to decide to take no action or no reciprocal action, I don't know that we really know what's going on in Virginia.
Well, for the settlement conference that we had with my lawyer, before we agreed to all those terms, he reached out to Virginia Board of Pharmacy to figure out if there will be any reprimand from me if I have to take all this stuff. And according to the investigator, his name is Andrew Wolf or something like that. He says so far Virginia will not take any actions if those requirements I'm gonna get from Maryland if I take them. So
I mean, the ultimate question is if you two as the informal committee are going to make a motion to grant this, to table this, to what do you want to do? I mean, if you deny it, it's seen as another adverse action on him. If you table it until his probation is done, you don't take an adverse action on him, but allow him to come back once it is finished. If you feel like he misrepresented his application, which would make it void by state law anyway, then you could just deny it to specifically say we are actively denying.
So Rodney is not in it. It's me and
Me
Brian.
and you.
Personally, I think it is very convoluted and I'm leaning to table it and once probation's off, deal with it. That's kind of where I'm leaning rather than completely deny it because there's too much.
Basically, if he successfully completes probation and we receive notification, you would entertain an application at that time.
Entertaining, yeah, then we.
Not approve. I mean,
Right.
we can't predict what
Right.
else. You know, Virginia may still do something,
Right.
someone else may still do something. We can't do anything about that.
And I'm not advocating for this to move it to a full board, but I would say, I would think that even if a waiver was going to be granted, that would probably be more appropriate to happen in a full board meeting versus today. I know it's
Yeah.
time sensitive, but it is what it is. It's under probation. When is that probation period end? Do we know?
It's going to be at least a year from June
From
6th.
June the 6th.
So I don't see, well, not,
It'll be next summer.
yeah, I mean, I guess he has the right to go to the
Yes,
full
he could request
board
a
anyway,
A
but
formal hearing before the. full
I
board.
don't see there being a different outcome
I-
with being on probation. So
But I don't either.
So is that a motion to table it until such time he's no longer on probation?
I don't want to take a negative action today. If we can-
Tabling is
if we
not a
can-
negative action.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. If we cannot take a negative action,
Right.
that would be my preferred.
So I would make a motion that we table it at least until after probation
Probation.
is over. And then it would require a visit to the board, obviously, to.
I'll second that.
So what they're deciding today is they're not going to take any action on your application today because of the probation specifically on the reciprocity state's application. What they're saying is, once you get done with probation, they would be willing to re-engage and consider an application at that time. So, and we'll have Ms. Bales put this in writing to you and also notify you of your appeal rights under Arkansas law for your application.
So I have a question. The reason for this, is it because of the probation on my license? So what if I transfer the one from Virginia?
So you still have a license on probation. If I were writing an order and notice today, for you to be in a hearing, what I would say you have allegedly done is that you have attempted to obtain a license by fraud or misrepresentation, which under state law would make it void because you withheld information about the probation. I would say that you have a current license that is on probation in another state. That was your license by exam. Did you do a license by exam in Virginia as well?
No.
Then you can't reciprocate off
Yeah,
of it.
by exam, yeah,
Okay.
because they transferred those costs,
Yeah.
this goes to both states.
So now, when we get the report from NAVP, you will have an active license under probation. I can tell you that historically, this board, if you have we had an issue this morning, someone's on probation over a court legal issue, and generally the board has not granted a license while someone is under active probation until they show that they can successfully complete that. If you could get something from Maryland that they would end that probation early, it could speed that process up for you. But what these two board members are saying is they're not even going to consider the application until you have finalized your probation due to the convoluted issue in Maryland.
Well, that's gonna take at least a year. And
Unless you can, I
And
mean,
my
you
wife
convinced them
and
a
I
bunch of
have-
other stuff.
we've made plans, she already moved here and settled here, so, and there's nothing else I know but pharmacy.
I understand. So we'll have Ms. Bales put that in writing to send it to you for your review.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next one's going to take a little bit. Do you want a quick break? And what I was going to say is, you want to put your heads together and see if you want us to All right. Dr. Williams. I'm John Curtley. I'm the Director of the Board of Pharmacy. I'm going to tell you a couple things procedurally about who you're talking to and how this process works. The board members are just now on their pads or in print getting a copy of the same stuff that you've got. At the front table, on this side of the table, we are board staff members here at the Board of Pharmacy. Myself, Dr. Brenda McCready is our Assistant Director. Ms. Ashley Bales is our legal counsel. We have Dr. Brandon Holland over the side, who's one of our inspector investigators. On the other side, we have three of our pharmacy board members that are decision makers here today. Dr. Brian Jolly, who's chairing this informal for us today, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Debbie Mack. In this process, generally what we do is I will turn over in a moment for Ms. Bales to just give us a quick overview of why we're here. She's probably going to direct a couple of questions to you for explanation. And then since we call this informal, it's a discussion back and forth across and around the table, trying to figure out what all is going on. At the end of the discussion, the board members could make whatever decision they think would be appropriate action for them to take. They could say, we vote to dismiss this complaint. They could say, we will ask you to voluntarily surrender your license. They could say, we think that we should reach an agreement for probation. I mean, it's anything from no license to go home, don't worry about it. Whatever they come up with, the important thing is you kind of have the opportunity to either agree or disagree with. If you do not reach an agreement with the board members, they could ask for an emergency hearing, which we've got one scheduled anyway later today at 3 o'clock, or they could say, we want to punt this to a full board hearing on down the road. If you're an applicant, I usually tell people, well, you could either agree or disagree. And if you disagree, you either ask for a hearing, you can say, forget it and walk away. But in this one, it will be a little bit different. We'll just have to see what they come up with. So the two questions I often ask are, you aware why you're here today? And do you have any questions about how the process works? At any point when we're going through this, I realize you've never been in that seat before, but if you don't know what's going on and you want to ask a clarifying question, by all means, get our attention, ask us any questions you have, and we'll do our best to help answer. Okay, Ms. Bales?
So what you have in front of you is on the tablet is an order notice of hearing, which was given to Dr. Williams. That sort of spells out the allegations. I'm going to let Dr. McCready, she led this investigation, speak on that in a moment. And then you have a packet of exhibits that have been redacted that sort of is a paperwork trail of what the investigation found. I've also put in a little cheat sheet for everyone to make sure we don't violate any HIPAA rights when we're referring to the patients that are involved in all these transactions. I will say the order of notice of hearing represents what, based on our investigation, we feel like we know for sure. We brought this for an informal committee because we felt like some action needed to be taken as quickly as possible on this situation. I'll say that it is an ongoing investigation. There's potentially more cases. Dr. Holland is working on this as late as probably the last hour. But in the order of notice of hearing is what we know for sure and what we want to present to the board, although there are other allegations that we'll present as well. As I said, we don't necessarily recommend this be taken care of completely in an informal process based on the gravity of the situation, but we wanted to bring Dr. Williams in as soon as possible. I do want a little bit of leeway with how to present this. I'd like if the chair would allow for us to hear from Dr. Williams first and then circle back and talk to Dr. McCready about her investigation. Then possibly Dr. Holland and Dr. Kirtley also has information on this, if that's agreeable.
And for Dr. Williams, what we'll do is instead of saying like, the original complaint was actually from patient one, instead of trying to share names, since this is a publicly viewed meeting. Is that okay with you, Dr. Charles? Okay.
So if we could let Dr. McCready just give us a brief summary about how we received this information and then ask Dr. Williams to speak on it and then maybe circle back with some questions or just a further emphasis on the investigation.
So I had a phone call from patient one, and she was very upset that a prescription had been filled in the pharmacy where the Williams was billed for a medication that she's never filled in that store. And that when she went to her regular pharmacy in another town, they told her that it was already prepared and ready at this pharmacy. That was a couple of days later after it was filled. And they were getting a rejection that they couldn't fill it because it was already ready. She said that when she got there, they couldn't find the medication. They tried to tell her that her husband had picked it up. She said he had not picked it up. And Dr. Williams gave her 3 more boxes of the medication. I called Dr. Williams and I asked him to send me a copy of the fax that he received from the doctor authorizing the medication. And subsequently, he sent me a document that he said was from the doctor. As you all know, I was out for a little while. When I came back to work, I had a voice message from patient 1 who said that Dr. Williams was not being truthful, that had since been terminated from his job and that we needed to look into it more. And I told him, I'm sorry that based on the information that he had provided me, based on the information that I was provided, and I thought he was being honest with me at the time, that he had faxed me a legitimate prescription. I called the store and they referred me to the corporate office. And I did ask one of the people in that pharmacy at that time, because you can't discuss that with me, can you tell me, was the prescription that he sent to me as legitimate fraudulent? And they said, yes, it was. And so then we started a case at that time on this and have come up with some other issues at this point.
We closed a
We
complaint
completely closed it.
and that caused us to reopen it and start an official investigation.
And it was closed based on false information from Dr. Williams.
And the documents that were used to prepare this fraudulent prescription are in your packet should be behind tab number 12. And the medicine in question, I don't think Dr. McCray, but this was Manjaro. And we think maybe that has something to do with it because it's kind of a hot commodity, but if the board will allow, if you have no questions for Dr. McCurdy, we'd like to hear from Dr. Williams.
So, Dr. Williams, you're trying to review,
Okay, from the beginning or to in lieu of the document and why that document was created, I guess that's.
I guess specifically related to the original complaint that you received. Regarding the single withdrawal prescription that you want. Provide us an explanation, you know.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Appreciate you guys taking your time to hear my side and the context of Ivana and I have.
Patient 1.
Patient 1, I'm so sorry.
Okay. Just a
Patient 1
reminder.
and I have had a relationship ongoing for several years. I think I started at that pharmacy in 2015. And so a lot of my decisions as to changing the medication, quantity dispensed, were based on that relationship and the history with the patient. Ivana, patient 1 is I guess to say she comes in sometimes and it's like she'll bring me a pound cake. And then there's times when she comes in and it's, you know, she might be upset about something and it might be because, you know, she didn't get 90-day supply on her medication and, you know, it's just that kind of relationship over the years. But for the most part, it's very positive. But I do know that she has some tendencies to be maybe irrational. That's just my personal assessment of hers. But for the most part, she She's a nice woman, very, well behaved, she doesn't cause any trouble for us really. So I guess with that relationship in mind, that was the reason why a lot of, of course, the 90-day supply, reason why I changed it, reason why I would have filled it from a prescription that was originally for Ozempic and changing it to Mounjaro because the Ozempic was not available at that time either. And that I did only have Mounjaro in stock. And that when I received a call from whom I thought was patient number 2 that morning, I was probably in the wrong to assume that that's who that was on the phone, but I didn't have any reason to question his who that was or why he would be calling and asking, because it wasn't unusual for him to turn a refill in or call with a concern. And with that in mind, I proceeded to decide whether or not, we had Mounjaro in stock at that time. And I was trying to help her out because when I was on the phone, they stated that she could not get it anywhere else. And been without it for some time. And if I remember right, it was weeks, that she hadn't had a dose because they just couldn't get either one. And at that time, the doctor had switched her to Mounjaro from Ozempic. And that's why Mounjaro was filled. It wasn't, pulled out, just from random. But taking care of her was basically my primary goal, was to help her and help satisfy her needs. But and then when the medication, y'all have my statement about whenever I think some of the questions that Mr. Kirtley had or Dr. Kirtley had for me in the phone call that we had, he mentioned something about the point of sale system and that I had signed that, and I did sign that POS under Rodney's name because he said he would be picking it up.
Patient 2.
Patient 2. The reason for that was because of the inventory system that we have through Pioneer and through a secondary inventory management software system. We'll only reorder those drugs at the time they're sold. They won't reorder them even if they're dispensed and waiting to be filled. So that was one of the drugs that, and that was the sole purpose of doing that. And I had put notes on the SAC for counseling to explain, what was the medication if she had any questions, and also to get a signature from the actual person picking it up. And then I would replace the signed document with the one that we took at the window. In reference to the document, whenever ExpressRx came and did what I thought was a pretty thorough investigation and explaining to them what happened, and they questioned everyone in the pharmacy, which I don't know what other people told them. I just know what they, what they asked me. When at the end of our discussion, they asked me to they wanted a prescription and they wanted it to be dated a certain date and it had to have one refill on it. Now, they didn't say in so many words that you needed to create this document, but I found it easier for the physicians whenever you give them a document that, because if she would have approved the refill, then even at that point, it would have had a date on it that would have been not suitable for an audit. And I think that's what ExpressRx was more concerned about was the audit from her insurance because they had asked me to call them and reverse the claim and have it submitted on a certain day. And so it was just, you know, at that point, it was just getting to be pretty much a big mess. So that's basically what the document, I guess, that you see back in the back with all the, you know, with the date and the medication change and stuff, but anyway, I think I just answered what I felt like maybe were questions from that statement that weren't maybe explained very well or in any kind of detail.
Okay.
I have some questions,
Okay.
and I'm sure.
You go ahead.
Okay, so patient one did not have a valid prescription for the medicine that you dispensed. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
And she went to Walmart and tried to get her Mounjaro filled. And then that was denied. And that is how she learned that it had been run through your store. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's what she told me.
And then you had a conversation with her and indicated to her that patient two, which is her husband, picked that up for her. Is that what you told patient one?
I did. I didn't tell her that he picked it up. I told her that when I thought I had spoke to him the day that it was requested on, I don't know if it was the 10th of April. But when I spoke with him, I thought that's who that was. And so he said he was going to pick it up.
But you were not there when that happened?
I was off that day.
But you signed the signature pad.
Yes, I did. Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
so there was no counseling or anything done with regard to the dispense of this medication, correct?
The counseling request was on the SAC. I don't know because I did not. I wasn't there when it was picked up, so I don't.
Okay. And then so at some point you gave patient one 3 boxes of Mounjaro, correct?
As a replacement or?
As a
Yes,
replacement.
ma'am.
And at that time, did you have a valid prescription for that for patient one?
No, I didn't.
There's some indication in the documents and the interactions that you attempted to fax her doctor.
I made attempts to fax and then I made attempts to call later after I realized that the fax weren't going through. I tried to call them.
And when you attempted to, eventually you reached this doctor and the doctor indicated that he had not, or she, I believe, had
Yeah,
not
she
seen
had.
patient one in 3 years. And she was not going to authorize that prescription. Is that the outcome of that?
All I know, all that I got, yes, I mean, that's what I didn't know about the time. Like she didn't tell me how long it had been since she had seen the patient. I want to say the prescription for the Ozempic was 2021.
Okay. And so you told us earlier that your pharmacist or your superiors were worried about an audit. And so you prepared a prescription to cover this transaction. Is that correct?
Well, I didn't have any intentions of becoming the original doctor for the prescription. It was what we needed to get. We needed the doctor to approve for that date and that quantity for audit purposes.
Okay.
Because that was the initial billing of the prescription.
But isn't it true that at that time you were contacted by the board and you knew you were under investigation for this?
No, I don't remember exactly what that time frame was. I do know that I was contacted and then asked for documentation and sent what I had on file in her profile. And But that document was in her profile, but I had no intentions of that document serving you had to enter it in there to fax it to her, so. But I didn't have any purposes or, intentions of that becoming the original document.
Okay, so tell the committee what you did to create this prescription to cover this transaction for patient one.
I just took the prescription that she had been written for her for Ozempic, and under advice of the Express, which, I mean, it was not, right thing to do, but I put the date as the date they wanted, that we needed to have for audit purposes, and then the medication that we dispensed, it wasn't Ozempic, it was Manjaro, and then for one refill, and then a quantity of 3 boxes.
Who with Express advised you to make that document?
Matt Wilson. Yeah, he requested that document.
Did he request you to provide the document, or did he tell you to make the document?
No, he requested me to provide the document. He
Okay.
did not ask me to make the document.
So would it be accurate to say he was not aware that you were going to create the document? He thought it already existed.
That would be correct.
Okay.
When you're saying create, you're talking about
That's what,
Cut, paste,
Yeah.
white out.
so it wasn't that you just put it in the computer and printed it. You literally had an art craft project for a period of time and cut and pasted different prescriptions to make one.
I mean, I just typed the date out on, and printed that, put the date in, the drug and the refill, but
You didn't cut apart a bunch of different pieces of paper and glue them together?
oh yeah, that's what, yeah, but I mean, I said I printed the information and then added it into that document, but it was to get the doctor to sign so that we were sure that it was dated on that, the prescription was dated on that day and was for that medication.
And
When we say document, are we talking about a faxed
so
authorization that would have been faxed back to the
Mhm.
pharmacy?
This is the final version of what the 13 or whatever pages behind tab number 12 were in part cut apart to create.
This was what was
That's the
eventually
final. That-
created as the justification for the 3-month supply. plus
Yes,
the
this is the document that we received in May that
I'm looking for the.
we dismissed the complaint based on the fact that we were given what appeared to be a legitimate prescription. When we reopened, we found that there are all of these documents, there's notes on them where the bottom half of the page is glued. This number was cut out of this piece of paper and apparently glued here. It was a multi-faceted, like multiple documents with pieces cut out to make one document that we thought was a legitimate prescription.
Where did all of those under tab 12 come from?
The trash.
the technician found them. And when Express RX went through and questioned all the employees about what they had seen, what they knew about it. And it's documented under tab 13. Brandy Hooker handed them 26 pages and said, this is what he used to create this document. And they had found these in trash cans near shred boxes on the floor. So that is how we got all of these documents through a subpoena under tab 12 that were used to create the final document, which is behind tab number 1. But if you'll look there's even, I mean, I've redacted all the names, but there's even someone else's name altogether that was on one of these documents. A lot of whiteout, the notes on there reflect on the pages what was actually done.
So all the annotation on the pages behind tab 12 were.
They're not
They're
ours.
investigative notes.
Investigative notes. Okay.
Does it transfer in copy?
Their Express RX is investigative notes, not the board
Not ours.
staff.
So was tab number 1 then used for all of these properties?
No, tab number 1 reflects what was made for patient number 1. Patient number 2 is married to patient number 1. Patient number 2 also had some Manjaro ran under his name. And we're, like I said, this is an ongoing investigation, so there's more potential matters that we need to look at, but that is one of them, and I can let Dr. McCready sort of address that, or maybe Dr. Holland would be appropriate, but that is patient 1 is the document that was created after those 26 cut and paste documents.
So patient 1, I want to make sure I understand what. So originally there was a fill for 1 pen.
90-day supply.
$3,700.
Okay.
Always been fine.
The 3 were claimed by the patient to have never been picked up. Somebody on video, they couldn't identify who
Well,
picked
she
them up.
wanted to get it from Walmart.
Yes.
And they ran it and they said, we can't because it's been run by Express RX. She never asked Express RX. She didn't have that prescription with them.
And the 3 pens though, like there wasn't any accountability for they went. But they went somewhere.
They went somewhere.
And then to try to make it up to her, he tried to rerun it again for another 3.
It appears to us that it appears to us that it was rerun, like reverse rerun for a new date or to print a new label. At which point he made the patient whole by giving her 3-month supply. She went to a different pharmacy and said, we can't fill it because it's already billed over there. Instead of reversing it and saying, get it where you want, it was, well, come back here and we'll just give it to you. So far we have 3 missing somewhere.
And she never picked up the other.
She got the second round of 3.
And the claim is that her patient 2, her husband got it, but that is not in our investigation what happened. So there's missing Manjaro.
That was for the original 9.
For the original patient 1 on 4/10.
And then going forward, 8 days, there's a prescription for patient 2 for the same medication, her husband, that went through the system. And Dr. Williams' initials or name is on all of the documentation for that prescription for patient 2. I spoke personally with patient 2. He doesn't take this medication. He's not a diabetic. He's never heard of it. I said, so you're telling me that you don't give yourself a shot every week? He said, no, ma'am, I do not. I do not take this medication. So that prescription was actually reversed on that 18th. I believe that the document is in the file. And then as we proceeded, like I said, I believed Mr. Williams and believed that what he sent me was a valid document. So when she called and said he's not telling the truth, I went ahead and called the store. I then subsequently called the district manager. He sent me the documents that we had, and under tab number 13 are the investigative notes from both the second when they went to talk to Dr. Williams and from the 15th when he was terminated. I don't know if the second's on this page or not.
The second investigation notes are at the end.
So I think Ashley might have some questions regarding that document that they sent to us. But when I got back, there was a statement, patient 1, there's a statement from her on section 4 in this book. And she basically says that he gave her the 3 months worth of Manjaro that he had rerun on the insurance. She said, she asked him to pull up the camera to show me that her husband picked it up. And he said that the cameras in Little Rock were messed up and he couldn't do that. The people at Express RX gave me a call and told me that they had taken care of the problem and I didn't have to, this is a quote from her statement, I don't have to worry about Casey because he has done this to others in the same way. My concern is that he could have messed up my insurance. I'm very sick. I go to the doctor too much not to have insurance. He is saying he made a judgment call. Don't make it with my life. You can make it with yours. If my doctor would never have called the medication into Walmart, she would never have known this because she did not get a notification from Express RX that she had a prescription ready there, which is the normal process for a patient. When they fill a prescription, they get a text message that says, you have a prescription ready. She didn't get that. She went to Walmart, tried to get it, and they got a reject. He didn't offer to reverse it. He said, come here and we'll give it to you. He had told me when I talked to him on the telephone that he and patient one were very close, that she'd gone to this place that she lives to take care of her mother. If you look in this statement, it says she didn't move there to take care of her mother, and that she feels like he did this maliciously and for some personal gain.
So was it just coincidence that he found out about it because she tried to get the medication through Walmart? Was she even a patient of RX Express?
She gets a few prescriptions at RX Express, but primarily she gets her maintenance medications from Walmart in the town that she lives in. So if you go into the documents from the investigation that RX Express did, there is a comment at the back when they talk to
What tab are you on, Dr. McCready?
tab 13. This is talking about the 5-2.
It's behind 10.
Okay, under tab 10, I'm sorry. They, Express Scripts came in and gave a employee work improvement notice. And there are statements in here. Matt reviewed the incident that happened with these two patients. There are statements from technicians talking about who picked up what. But when you get to the third page, when you get to the second page down at the bottom, there's an interview with Dr. Williams at 12:40. And he was asked about the prescription. He admitted he forged on the SIG pad to speed up the process for the patient. He asked about the actual prescription and why he didn't wait for the doctor to approve a script, why he forged the script pad, why put in refill acceptable in the notes, and are there any other RXs billed improperly? And Casey stated yes, and that was patient number 3. So as we got into this investigation, it turned out that not only was patient 3 not valid, but patient 4 was also getting the same medication. The technician said she input the prescription for the one amount that was written on the prescription. Dr. Williams came back behind her and changed it to 2, while the patient only got 1. And I believe if you look under 13, it was 13. There's a lot of documents here. I don't really believe in coincidences, but her profile did not show this medication on her profile previously. Nor did it show the Ozempic that he talked about, nor did, when we got a profile from them for 2 years, did it show Ozempic on that. And he said it was from 21, so that would have been 3 years ago. But no, there was not any Mounjaro on either profile until the prescription day when she went, and it's not on her profile there now because it rejected, so they couldn't fill it.
At
At Walmart. So when we got to, like I said, when we started looking at the case, we realized that there was another Mounjaro that he had run through for 2 that was only written for 1, and the patient only picked up 1. Then there was another one from previously that we called the doctors on all the Mounjaro prescriptions that were filled in the store.
We looked at the ones that we could tell appeared to be outright legitimate prescription with pattern prescribing and deducted those away from
Right.
any further investigation.
I was gonna say
But then
they
the
were
ones that stuck out that we went to verify. So on, for Dr. Williams, like patient number 2, why did patient number 2 have a Manjaro prescription that you filled?
I do not know why I attempted to fill a prescription for him and.
Because there's not one that exists.
Right.
And it was about a week after the replacement of patient number 1's product.
Right.
But I think both of them have like federal insurance or Medicare insurance with 0 copays.
Yes, I know that, I do not know why that was done, but I do know I didn't dispense it for him, but I know that much, but I don't know why it was ran.
What about patient 3? If you knew there was something not right on patient 3, what was it, a rejection?
No,
from the
actually,
doctor?
his was a paid claim because David has trouble controlling his sugars, and he came in earlier the day that he picks up his maintenance meds. We have him on Med Sync, and so he comes in once a month to pick up his medications. And he came in before and asked me, about, I guess he had heard the buzz or, somebody had asked him about it.
Did you just make up a script for him and run it through?
Just to see what he wanted to know what his copay was on it.
But it was still run through until it was reversed later by another pharmacist?
I don't know who reversed it. Maybe Mr. Harris, Fred Harris, maybe
Yeah.
reversed it. I don't know.
The way we showed it that you made up basically a prescription and ran it through and it sat there.
Mhm.
And then later someone else reversed it, but I don't know that they knew that it was not a valid prescription. So it's still on their profile on patient 3.
Right. Well, I did make a note on there that it was not a valid prescription on the prescription itself. I think I did indicate that it wasn't.
Do you know anything about why patient number 4 was increased from 1 to 2 on the billing, but only got 1?
That I do not know. I do not know. That I have no idea on that one. That was a surprise.
Why is there a prescription under patient number 5?
That I do not know that either. I don't recognize Mr. Askew.
No, you're not. Patient
I'm
5.
sorry. Patient 5. I don't I'm not sure why that one's there. I don't know.
So was there any drug dispensed ever other than patient 1? And patient
Well-
4 got 1, not 2?
Their inventory is not over, and he stated that the reason the investigation was closed the first time by Express RX was because their inventory matched. Well, that was because we were running prescriptions through to make sure we covered it every time something happened to a 3-month supply.
We don't know how their inventory would be on if they know that they dispensed the 3 on patient 1 twice. They should be 3 short, which our theory is that, well, if you run 1 through on patient 2 for 3 and never dispense it, the inventory is even at that point. Where it gets weird for us is there's this billing of something that's not even a legal prescription on patient 3, which we think he did not get. And it was at some point later reversed, which might cancel itself out. Where we struggle is that then you have patient 4 that was billed for 1, billed for 2, and allegedly at some point may or may not have been fixed. But then patient 5, it appears that it was run through and sold at point of sale.
Yes.
Do we have a record of who was involved in those?
They have his initials on all.
They
of
had
them.
his name on them. And if you,
Is the apparent, I know we can't infer, but was it to fraudulently bill or to stockpile drugs?
it wasn't to stockpile drugs because the drugs, there's not an overstock of the drugs in the pharmacy. I will say that if you look under tab number 8, there's a fax list here that lists the doctors that were faxed during that week after patient A asked for, he said patient A asked for a prescription. The doctor, he said he faxed is not on this list. We don't see any faxes to that doctor on that day. And the doctor subsequently called later and said, I haven't seen this patient in 3 years.
The way the timeline appears to staff is that on 4/10, allegedly someone called and said, patient one needs their Monjourno that's a 3-month supply at some dose. The pharmacy has no record of the drug, did not call to transfer it, did not reach out to the doctor, just made up a prescription, ran it through, and allegedly someone picked up 3 months worth. They apparently weren't counseled. No one remembers who picked it up, but the pharmacist who put the prescription in also signed the pad on a zero copay for it. And then he's telling us put notes on the prescription itself that they need to be counseled and everything else, so that would kick in reorder for the drug. A couple of days later, the patient goes to Walmart and not get their medication that's already been run through at Express RX. Instead of saying, we'll just return the shelf, they think it's gone. So the patient ends up going to Express RX and is given another 3 of that drug. That's on about 4/13. On, I believe, 4/18, memory serves me correctly, patient number 2 has a prescription put through the system and run through on their insurance, but also never had a legitimate prescription for it, which would cancel out whatever missing 3 or recoup payment for it. That's the only way I can make sense that the numbers would work up to that point. The patient 3 was actually in the fall, wasn't it?
No, that was 5.
Patient 5, I'm sorry. Patient 5 was in the fall.
There's 3.5.
And we cannot make sense of it because there is no legal prescription for it on file, but we have yet the same pharmacist who is the one with their fingerprints all over the fact that this patient also got a prescription that was billed to insurance and provided on Mounjaro.
So these all happen to be $0 copays.
They're all low dollar copay, 0
One
or
was
I think
25,
one was
I think.
25.
And of course, patient 4 actually picked up her prescription.
The one.
And then the pharmacist, Dr. Williams, changed the quantity to two fills rather than the 1. And then when you look, if you look at the records under tab number 10, it says 1 on patient 2, Casey signed, from patient 1, Casey signed. Patient 4, the claim was completed and they were paid, but it was, that second box was never received by the patient. So it should have been billed for 1, not 2, and the prescription was only written for the 1, not 2 boxes.
On this.
Patient, which patient number?
4.
Okay.
The discussion, she came to me and said that she was very upset. If this is the lady that I'm thinking, she had wasted all 4 doses of her first box that she ever got. Because she could not, I don't know, she wasn't putting the needles on there. I have no idea what her, if she was hitting it before it went off and it was coming out, I'm not really exactly sure, but to replace her box, that's why she only got 1 box, is that the first box was wasted. And so I replaced her box. If that is the lady that I'm thinking of, I was trying to help.
So, but after it was dispensed, it was changed to bill it for 2, but she only ever got 1.
Well, she got 2 boxes. One of them she wasted the amount, and then she got the other, the second box. If that is the patient that I'm thinking of, I don't know for sure if that's the lady. I did have a lady that was not using it properly, and so I had to help her with that.
So I'm going to refer you back to tab 10 on the page not the first page, but the second in the middle. There's a technician that was interviewed by Matt. And she thought it was odd that they received an additional RX on Friday. She saw Casey ringing up the RX for patient 1. Patient 1 came to pick up the meds the RX completed, but she couldn't find it. According to the technician, she was told by Dr. Williams not to tell the patient since he had used those prescriptions to fill another patient's meds. So the technician realized that the patient, I get confused, patient 4 was billed incorrectly and she changed it to 1. She says she did not ask Casey why he changed it to 2. There's no mention in this at all that he was aware that it had been wasted, that he had given it to her. There's no mention of that in this at all. When you go down to the next technician, which is the technician received a call from patient 1, saw the RX ready. She handed the phone to, and the patient stated she didn't get her RXs at that store. She gave the phone to Dr. Williams. And he overheard Casey to the patient that the storm pharmacy system had messed up due to a storm. And he told Cheryl to contact the insurance and tell them that they had lost the prescription. He told Cheryl and Matt and Tracy, Casey told Cheryl and Matt that he told Cheryl that Matt and Tracy had okayed this, which they hadn't. It was filled under a provider that the patient hadn't used in years. He reversed it off the patient. And then patient number 4 again was only billed for 1 and he changed it to 2.
I think, Dr. Richmond, along the lines of what you're asking earlier, from the staff perspective, the best case scenario that I can come up with is that we have a pharmacist that either does not understand or blatantly ignores the requirements to have an actual prescription for a drug, to run it through and to provide it to patients. The worst case scenario is there's some kind of weird scheme going on to divert or illegally bill for high dollar specialty medication that we cannot make sense of how we have at least 3 patients, if not 4, 3 that we believe had no legitimate prescription and received drug, and a 4th that had no legitimate prescription, but now has one on file for testing purposes. And then with patient 4, I can't make sense of what happened with if there's wastage or why it was billed for 2 and only 1 provider. And this is, we haven't gone yet to the other drugs. We do have an issue in that we were unaware that employment had been separated or that he had been terminated from his job for these reasons until we reopened and discovered this investigation. We have a whole nother potential issue with that is something we believe the Board of Pharmacy, there's a required report when someone is no longer working in a pharmacy. We would think we would for sure know that if they had been terminated for cause, but we were not made aware of that either.
Are you working anywhere now?
Yes, sir. Yes. And I'm working at the long-term care in Arkadelphia, which is close, closer to home, and but yes, sir.
They didn't tell us. I believe
That's behind tab 11.
11.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Creation of a-
employment improvement notice, but then it says other, and then it says they fired him. And he refused to sign.
If I can speak on that, the reason I refused to sign their document, I understood that they were terminating me for replacing that medication for Devonna and
Patient 1.
patient 1. And that I wasn't, admitting that that was a wrong thing to do. I felt like that giving her what she was entitled to, that was billed to her insurance.
How is she entitled to it if you had no legitimate prescription? And I'm just saying,
yeah.
in the grand scenario of things, you billed her federal insurance for $3,700 worth of product with no legal ability to do it. And it disappeared. Somebody got it. So there's fraud somewhere. And then when you get a call from another pharmacy that they're trying to get it there and claim they didn't get it from you, you didn't reverse it. You doubled down and had them come get it from you, even though they had chosen another pharmacy to receive their prescription drugs, which some would argue is violating their freedom of choice at that point as well.
Well, on that, I did not know that day that she was trying to pick it up at Walmart. I wasn't there and I wasn't notified that day, or I would have offered to reverse anything. I wouldn't deny not reversing a prescription for someone that was trying to get it somewhere else, for sure. I mean, I'm just trying to help people. I mean, I don't own any part of the company. I just want to,
You'd already signed it out on the signature log.
right, to be picked up.
And
Yes,
the
sir.
medication was gone.
Which
Her medication, when she got there to pick it up, was gone.
gone, yes,
Yes.
yes.
And then that 8 days later, you ran one through on her husband.
Yes,
And you
and
can't tell us why you did that.
I do not remember why I ran one for Rodney. I do not.
Patient two.
By making up a fraudulent, you don't remember why you made up a fraudulent prescription?
I don't, I mean, I don't have recollection as to why I would do that for patient two. I don't know if I was trying to work on the bill. I have no idea.
Why would you lie to me and tell me that you had a valid prescription?
I did not realize at that time that the prescription was not.
On patient
I knew
one.
it was, on patient one, I knew it wasn't valid, but I was trying to get a prescription from the provider, and I wasn't intending you to see that as a valid prescription. That was what I had on file.
Sir, I'm sorry. I asked you to send me a copy of the prescription,
Mhm.
and that is what you sent me. I did not ask you to send me a copy of what you were going to send to the doctor. I asked you to send me a valid prescription, and if you look on that document, it shows it was filled on that day. It doesn't show that it was a fax to request that information. It shows it was filled on that day. You filled it on that day.
On the day that you sent, that I,
On the date that it was filled, you filled it.
uh,
I called later and asked for a
Hey.
copy, and you sent it to me. And I called you back and I said, so you've made this patient whole, you've taken care of this patient, and you told me, yes, ma'am.
you're talking about patient one?
Yes.
I did take care of this. I mean, I provided her with the medication that,
So there was 6 boxes
right?
in her name without a valid prescription. And you
Yes.
knew when I called you that the doctor had denied it. Correct?
That I do not know at that time if I knew the doctor had denied it. I know I was waiting for a reply from the provider.
And you're stating that you faxed the provider and asked for a prescription?
To my knowledge, yes, I did. If the system failed but I did send a request to the provider.
What date was the original complaint, Dr. McCready?
I'm sorry. Like I said, when I closed it, I had closed it.
No, the original one that was filed.
I don't remember the
Okay.
date. That was the time frame that
Yeah.
I had
We
that.
we
It
should
was
have.
by
incident
phone.
moment. It was by phone.
Okay.
So it wasn't a
That's
paper.
what it is. I forgot.
I apologize for that.
And the prescription that you provided to Dr. McCready, who works for a state agency, was a document that you took 26 different pages and cut and paste and created yourself. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement. It was not intended to be illegal. It was the document that I had along with the one that I had faxed, or both of those
Your
documents,
intention of making this document up.
for the purposes of insurance, for the audit, for what.
So
I
you
felt
were
like
gonna
Matt
submit
was-
a fraudulent document for the insurance?
No, I made it up to send to the provider so that it would have the proper information on it.
Couldn't you do the same thing by simply calling or writing a note and saying, this is what I'm looking for?
Yes,
Instead of taking 26 different pieces of prescription, putting it together and cut and paste. My goodness, if you did that for every prescription, you wouldn't have time to fill any prescription.
right.
And it would seem to me that if you're doing this and given that it's a $high item, that you parted with that prescription. do that for lisinopril? If you need a script from a doctor for lisinopril, do you take 26 different prescriptions to make that?
No, sir. No, sir, I would not.
You do it on Moderna, but not for, you're running a mill script.
Because whenever, the, Express RX people were there, I felt like, I mean, they didn't ask me to do it, but I thought that would be the best way to get the information that they were requesting and to have the provider authorize the prescription.
Supervisors of Express RX routinely asking you to sign up.
Oh, no, sir. No, sir.
But what would lead you to believe that that was the best course of action?
What?
You don't have a valid answer.
No, I don't, but yeah, what I should have, well, anyway. That's,
There seems to be a number of issues here that rise above administrative action. I mean, they sound criminal. And I don't know to what extent that we're in a position to assess or we certainly.
I think you have a couple of questions here. And, you know, oftentimes one question is, do you think you can resolve this at the informal conference level, which I'm inclined to think you're probably going to say you don't think so. Question number two is, are you concerned with him to continue practicing until there is a point when you can get him in for a full administrative hearing? So and that was why we were, even though we were still having to investigate this, it would appear to us that we have some $20,000 as we've scratched the surface of potential fraudulent claims or claims that do not have legitimate prescriptions. We cannot figure out why it would happen. I mean, I think you've got a whole bunch of pharmacists in this room that absolutely do our best to serve patients. But if I don't have a legitimate prescription for you, I can't help you. If you had one last month, I could do an emergency fill, but I have to first try to contact the prescriber and have a failure of that, but it's an ongoing current therapy I have a record of. So it is very difficult for us to say, you know, Dr. Williams seems very genuine and measured in his answers, but it is very difficult for me to believe the answers that I am hearing, especially when I have what I perceive to be a positive verbal conversation, and it's every document I look at is different. Like every conversation that someone else has had appears to be different. So the question is, if you have some proposed resolution today and what that would be, and I think your options are try to do something today. You could ask him to leave practice until we can get him in front of the full board, which is going to be probably October. If he's unwilling to do that, we do have an emergency hearing scheduled this afternoon. I think at the same time, if you decide that you want to have this in front of the full hearing, we're going to have to do more of a, I hate to say forensic, but more of a forensic audit of what else weird is going on.
I did leave out the fact that patient one was contacted by Dr. Williams and asked to withdraw her complaint because he was going to lose his license. Because he was going to lose his license if she didn't.
That is what we're told. Do you recall that conversation?
I did not have I did not talk to Devonna. I have not.
The patient one,
Patient one. I have not had a conversation with her.
back in April or May?
No.
Have an indirect conversation with anybody that directed a message to her.
No, I talked to one of the technicians that works there, and whenever I did tell her that I felt like, because I've never been, had any issues, been disciplined by any boards or had problems, and that I told her, I said, I'm worried about it. And I think that because Devonna was saying things.
Many times, you have been admonished many times, you need to stop using names and refer to patient numbers, or just simply say the patient. I know that you can do that.
Yes, sir.
I will tell you also that I did search we received the facts on 5/4/2022
Yeah.
that he indicated was a valid prescription.
Yeah, it was made a month and a half after the fact, a month after.
So at that time, he knew that he did not have a valid prescription from the doctor.
Do you guys have other questions or proposed action?
I've got a proposed action. You kind of already articulated it, but I can repeat it.
Okay.
I would say that we refer this to the full board for a formal complete hearing later in the year. So that gives us enough time to finish an investigation. But in the meantime, that we ask Dr. Williams to either relinquish his license or refer it to an emergency hearing and revoke or suspend his license until such investigation is complete.
Ask for a voluntary suspension at this time where he does not have to admit any wrongdoing, but agrees not to practice.
Right. Right now.
And the indication is if he will not agree to that, put him on the schedule for 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yes.
To request a formal emergency suspension of his life.
Yes.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
What we're going to do is the board is asking you to agree to a voluntary suspension of your license until they can get you in front of the full board. Our full meeting is the second week of October is the next one that I'm aware we have filed at this time. We have a voluntary suspension if you're willing to enter that and agree not to practice pharmacy until that time. And what they're saying is if you do not want to do that, they're going to ask the board in an emergency hearing this afternoon to give you an emergency suspension from the board instead of it being voluntary.
I'll volunteer.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have one prepared. We do this for a lot of our cases just in case. But I'm sure we'll be back in touch with the date and time of that hearing. And we'll go from there with any questions you have leading up. Thank you for coming in.
Thanks for your time and for trying to help.
I told you this is one of the strangest things I've ever dealt with. So
It's like I said, I mean, no good deed goes unpunished. And then like what you said is trying to help somebody and it's just, it's kind of a
snowballs.
Exactly. But I don't know if it's worth saying. It seems like since this is informal, I think we can talk like just say kind of how but my perception is that for some reason the board feels like that there's been a massive financial gain on my part over any of, I'm just
I'll tell
saying
you,
this how I
to
feel.
me, the weirdest part is I can't figure out how there would be a financial gain on your part unless you gave it to someone else that that couldn't get it covered.
That's the only way. But there is, honestly, there is zero. I show up.
Yeah.
I open the door. I serve the people of Arkansas. Now this was, and the fact that it was patient one, just kind of makes a lot of sense because of if it was ever going to happen with a patient and have things.
That's the one it would happen.
That's the one it would happen to, and that's the one that would make things go south in a hurry. Now, I'm not gonna say that, I can't. Some of her statements on like, I said, I wouldn't do this or those weren't proposed. I mean, I'm not saying yet.
Yeah.
And we're just talking informally on that, but I can wait for the hearing, but I just want, you guys to know that there's no personal gain from putting the prescription together to get there's just no gain for me other than trying to keep my job with Express so that which that's not
but I'm gonna let Ms. Bales give this to you and we've got about 20 minutes to take a quick lunch break before we start at 2 o'clock. So thank you for coming in.
Well, I appreciate you guys for, being open and willing to sort it out and
felt like y'all were very fair and I mean, how do you, it looks horrible and I don't know, any other way to. You're welcome. Okay. Okay. Yeah, she's the master of all IT for us. You guys hear us and see us? All right.
Yes.
I'm trying to get my laptop up so I can share screen. But it's going to be complicated. I think I'm going to need to do it via Zoom, not via click share. I'm asking Jennifer, but she's tied up. I need to share screen via Zoom, don't I? Okay, let me get on Zoom. Yes, ma'am. I send it out to the. I've already got my speakers turned off. He fell off screen. I think Amy and Becca both got the memo to wear blue today. And Jennifer, am I an administrator? Thank you. That will allow me to, I just got booted up. Jennifer is going to make me an administrator so I can share screen if I need to as well. We've got Lenora, Lynn, Amy, and Becca, and the other. Yeah. Let me join. There we go. Not need video of me. And okay. I should be good. Dr. Jolly, if you want to call us to order.
Sir, so I have 2:04 PM, July 26th. I'd like to call this meeting of the State Board of Pharmacy to order. We'll start with a quick roll call. I'll start with those that are on Zoom. Dr. Lenora Newsom. Dr. Becca Mitchell.
It looks that way.
Dr. Lynn Krause.
Here.
Miss Amy Ford.
Here.
Mr. Harold Simpson. Dr. Debbie Mack. And note that Dr. Rodney Richmond is absent. We have a quorum. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Kirtley.
And I know Dr. Richmond had to step out for a minute. He may be able to join us at some point in the conversation, but he may not also. Just for everybody, we're here today. We've got an hour set aside to talk about the MOU that is from Act 233. I have, as background, supplied the board members with the draft version that has been sent out publicly a number of times on Act 233, the MOU itself. The copy of Act 233 and a couple of written comments that we had received prior to the meeting today for discussion that we'll go over. My suggestion for this would be to approach it, I guess, as we have often done with rule changes, by looking at the overall document, but I know there are some specific comments on specific subsections. So as we go through that, we can call up and see if we have any comments. We don't have a huge crowd of people, but something we oftentimes try to remind people of is we don't necessarily need to hear the same comment time after time after time to reiterate it. I think that our board is usually does a really good job being respectful of taking the comments on their merit rather than their volume to help us with time. So if that's okay with you, Dr. Jolly, I'll kick it off. The MOU itself, when you look at it, it starts out with just the opening statement. And then reflecting Arkansas Code annotated 1792-607 and what it specifically says, and reflecting what Arkansas Act 233 of 2023 added language to 1792-406. We believe at this time, the Code Revision Commission will leave that in that exact spot, but if something happens later where they have to move it or massage, or if the specific citation changes with the MOU, that's something we could change quickly. Does anybody have any comments on those first 3 paragraphs? See none. The next paragraph, the number 1 is that the hospital pharmacy is currently licensed good standing by the Board of Pharmacy, licensed by the DEA as well, and qualifies to supply medication to citizens in the state of Arkansas. Any comments on that? All right. We're going to mess up our streak here in a minute, though. Number 2, through the administrator of the hospital, P&T committee shall establish policy procedures that include, but not limited to, the following. I'm going to go through starting with A. The pharmacy administration staff have reviewed Arkansas statutes and rules to agree to abide by these statutes rules when engaged in practice to dispense medications for off-premises personal use from the hospital. Any comments on that? And I'll say in part, this is because it is a larger issue than just the pharmacy. We want to be sure that our hospital administrators and CEOs are also aware of what is in the MOU.
I have a very simple question.
Sure.
I understand that we've got hospital pharmacies that are licensed as hospital pharmacies. And we also in the state have retail pharmacies that are licensed as retail pharmacies, and we have regs that govern those things.
Yes.
When we have a hospital pharmacy that is subject to this MOU, what specific pharmacy regulations would apply to the hospital pharmacy then?
In some ways, some of the retail issues are going to apply because they are statutory in nature or they are regulatory in nature, but because they have a hospital permit without the MOU, they're banned from this type of practice unless they sign the MOU. So we're
Right.
trying to utilize the MOU to help at least hit the high points of some of the expectations rather than just saying you have to apply by all retail rules. Because if you have to apply by all retail rules, you have to have another permit, you have to have a different brick and mortar, separate facility, you'd have to have our requirements and everything else. So it's not that I can point to exactly which rules apply, because with statute, it's given an endorsement for the hospital permit to act in a different manner than it has previously.
So A is not saying that a hospital pharmacy with an MOU will comply with all of the regulations for retail pharmacies, just the ones that we refer to specifically in the MOU?
I think there are some that are in conflict with the hospital in the first place that they they do not necessarily have to abide by, such as having a separate permit, first of all, for it. Retail pharmacies also have the ability to do things like durable medical equipment and outpatient services like immunizations that would not apply.
And that's why you refer specifically to some things like patient counseling.
Yes.
In the MOU. Okay, thank you.
Because in Rule 9, that's specific, not just under retail pharmacy, Rule 4, but under Rule 9. B, labeled each outpatient individual prescription medication bears the name of the patient, prescriber, directions for use, name and strength of the medication dispensed, as well as the information for the dispensing facility. Any comments on that? All right. C, all prescriptions must be dispensed by a pharmacist who shall comply with all aspects of Board Regulation 09000001 regarding patient counseling.
Dr. Kirtley,
Yes, sir.
sorry to interrupt, but can we jump back to B just real quick?
Yes, sir.
So as well as the information for the dispensing facility, is that you're talking a phone number to that pharmacy for copies or transfers or anything like that?
Well,
Or can refills be put on?
Well, there would not be refills on this for anything to transfer because
That's right.
At one time up to 31 days. But it is
Gotcha.
going to have to indicate the permitted pharmacy, which would be the hospital pharmacy permit, much like you would have on your retail labels for your pharmacy. So
Very good.
you've got to tell who it's going to and who it's coming from both.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Does not appear like I had anything on C. D, the hospital shall not participate in any plan, agreement, or arrangement which eliminates or detrimentally affects the traditional relationship of prescriber, patient, pharmacist, and the patient's freedom of choice of professional services, including the offering of preferential prescription drug prices in an anti-competitive manner. Providing discounted pricing for patients with qualifying needs would not conflict with this requirement. Comments on that? Okay. So the board members have been provided comments on this, and if they have questions for you, Amber, they want to speak to you directly, we'll get you up at the table and get a microphone on. But AAHP had submitted comments that if hospitals are needing to provide medication to patients without charging, for whatever reason, not always charitable, could be compliance, we feel we would be in violation of this. I think the board members have a.
Is there a way to see the comments on the tablets?
If you tap it.
Okay,
There you go.
okay.
Oh, it
Thanks.
should.
Well, that's. Get that.
Where'd you find it?
Takes quite a bit of dexterity.
It's not wanting to work on this. Here you go. You have any more copies of that? I think we already have it.
Okay. We got a new tablet today. We got a new machine today.
Well, it works on the computer, but it may not work on the tablet.
Maybe.
Okay. Under AHP suggestions.
Okay.
All right, sideways.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. There.
Okay, got it.
You see it now, Dr. Mack?
Yes.
Got it.
Thank you.
So when I drafted this earlier, I put for patients with qualifying needs. I did not define those as only charitable. That's up to the board what you guys want to do on that.
I would have a comment. It would seem to me that except if you have a charitable purpose for a discounted drug, the hospital's going to be running into danger with the Healthcare Quality Improvement Act with regard to, the paying for referral problem.
Okay.
So that seems okay the way you said it.
I'm hoping that in my research thus far, hospitals that are able to give discounted prices, it's usually they have identified a specific reason why they are doing it to justify it, because otherwise it looks like they are, well, there's a whole federal case on usual and customary pricing that's in Pharmacy Today this week. Harold, you'll actually be interested in it, that if you have a usual price that is discounted, you're not counted as your usual and customary for other billing, then you may run afoul of the UNC contract.
I may have a follow-up question later just to ask about the scenario. Indigent, certain level of poverty level, versus what those scenarios might not fall under that. So I guess we'll just take it as.
I think most facilities have a level of, if they're indigent below a certain level, 200%, 300%, I've heard, and I think a lot of hospitals do that already. They can determine that we know this is going to be a write-off. Therefore, we're not forcing a charge on it. We're making sure the patient is taken care of. And what I'm trying to do is guard that. I know that we will have complaints because sooner or later somebody's going to hear, well, this person came out of the hospital and got X drug for this price. And my plan is in helping to also make this fair, but protecting the hospital of what was your policy? Did you follow?
I think by your verbiage of qualifying need, it allows each hospital facility to have that differentiated charity, what qualifies for charity, because some facilities might be able to have different levels of charity. So being able to just not be so specific that it would rule out or overrule someone's charity policy, but being having some sort of qualifying needs, I think it gives us flexibility there.
Not to back up again, but Dr. Kraus, your question earlier raised with staff that we probably need to include on B, the date of service, because that is a general requirement for labeling so that anyone else can see what the actual date of the dispensation is. I think that's a non-substantive change that we would want to reiterate. The rest of our day has probably brought that to our attention. Any other questions on D? All right, E, for patients that use their freedom of choice to select the hospital for discharge medications, the hospital will offer for the patient's needs at discharge to include both non-controlled and controlled substances. Have any comments on that? I know that AHP had submitted comments that for patients that use their freedom of choice to select the hospital for discharge medications may already be covered. It would be covered under unprofessional conduct for a pharmacist if you violate it, is the way we kind of have it covered now.
Are we intending to require that they have to offer the service for both controls and non-controls? Because if they can elect to do one or the other, then we could change will to may. That way it's at the hospital's discretion and what policy they want to do, if they want to do that for both controls and non-controls, or.
So I'll tell you that I originally put this in there, and this is on me, because of all the issues we're seeing with controlled substance quotas and thresholds in community pharmacies. And that if we have facilities that only offer non-controls, I know that it will create problems when they go to community pharmacy and say, well, I already got my antibiotics or I already got my other maintenance meds. I'm just here for my controls. And I know that's going to be a fight. I know we have some community pharmacists here in the boardroom with us that might have specific feelings on it, but I included it so that you couldn't just cherry pick of we're only going to do non-controls versus controls and create that patient level. Now, Dr. Mitch, I would point out in the conversations I've had with other folks on it, this does not mean the patient has to get their controls or non-controls. I think they could use their freedom of choice to select which prescriptions they want on discharge, and they may completely decide, unfortunately, not to get any of them or only to fill certain ones, at which point what they don't want at discharge, the hospital can discharge them with prescriptions for, and then they'll have to figure it out.
That makes sense.
Any other questions, comments on E? F, any and all controlled substance dispensed via the hospital pharmacy continuity of care endorsement patients for off premises must be reported to the Arkansas PDMP. I know Amber provided comments that this is already required, that it would be redundant to include it from AHP. That is actually a specific addition the board requested that I put in during our brief discussion at the last meeting. So I don't know if you guys want to leave that in there or to remove it. I know that the PDMP requires it. I'm not sure how Jamie and the folks at PDMP are going to know which hospitals are or are not dispensing drugs on an outpatient basis that don't have a retail pharmacy permit, unless it's reported.
I think it's a good thing for the board to have to cover ourselves with.
Any other comments on PDMP? G, the hospital shall provide emergency prescription services for patients that utilize the hospital pharmacy for their discharge medications. This would include providing information to the patient indicating how the pharmacist/pharmacy can be reached after pharmacy hours. I know that AHP had provided comments and reading them verbatim. Current med-to-bed independent pharmacies are not held to this standard despite the patient not being able to see the posted lack of emergency services. Hospital pharmacies should be able to exclude from emergency services similar to retail permits. Some smaller hospitals do not have 24-hour pharmacies, but patients could still benefit from the hospital being able to offer up to a 31-day supply upon discharge. I imagine you guys probably want to have some discussion on this.
I think the last time we were together, we had a little bit of discussion to clarify emergency versus immediate, because some of the conversation I feel like I remember we had on this was we have to be able to respond, but it doesn't necessarily have to be immediate. Wasn't that around this? So let's just, for example, critical access hospital is able to fill during daytime hours, but they have another pharmacy covering the overnight hours without the pharmacist there. They wouldn't dispense any medication when the pharmacist was not on site to dispense that medication to home, but they would have some sort of way for the patient who received that medicine and is already at home to call back and ask questions or follow up. Is that the same kind of line of thinking that we're talking about here?
So I'll tell you, if you model it after what we do for long-term care, and I'm going to probably have to put this in two buckets. The first thing is, if you are covering any long-term care, institutionalized patients, long-term care, assisted living where they can't leave of their own volition, institutional jails or any type of an organization like that, you have to have emergency services. Most of the people that are offering emergency services, it is often just the need to have a phone call to clarify what is really going on with that prescription. Because this would be about the specific prescription that has been dispensed by the hospital, only the hospital is going to have that record. It's not going to be at a community pharmacy elsewhere or a retail permitted pharmacy in the hospital. But you've got to have access to be able to look at the records. I think that there will be instances where a pharmacist is going to have to go back up to the hospital and make sure, like, hey, did we dispense the wrong drug? We need to verify this dose. If they don't have the ability for someone with after hours coverage to do that. But to clarify, the second bucket is we are not saying that the pharmacist must automatically be there 24/7, 365, just in case something happens. When you're doing emergency services, it's you're available for on-call for those needs. Most of those needs can be triaged to where you don't necessarily have to go to the pharmacy. There will be instances, though, where somebody's going to have to go to the pharmacy to make sure something wasn't messed up. Does that help, Ms. Ford?
Yeah, I think so. I think using that same example of a critical access hospital with that doesn't have a pharmacist 24/7, they just need to be really clear with the pharmacy and the pharmacists that are doing that overnight coverage, that if they get a call coming in with a patient who has a continuum of care prescription, that they can be able to access the files to answer any questions outside of having to come and verify the tablets at home or the actual prescribed medication. Is that right?
I believe
way
so.
of thinking?
I think that I can tell you that when I worked in community pharmacy and took call, half the time there was a new order. So this would not be attached to the hospital's discharge, because you're not taking new orders from outside the hospital. You can't fill those orders from outside the hospital. So I think in this instance, it would mostly be informational. What I dealt with as a community pharmacist was when I had a new order or a change that was in the middle of the night that could not be serviced through an emergency dose in the emergency kit, at which time I would have to go to the store and open it up and get that and take it to the home. So sometimes it was always either antibiotics or something got left out of the order. We've got at least one pharmacist. I think that's pretty consistent with your here as well. Yeah. So I think that emergency service for here will have a much lower incident of needing to go on site back to the pharmacy to prepare anything unless it was messed up the first time versus what our community pharmacies are having to do where it's new orders for institutionalized patients that they're having to get ready. IVs are always fun. Any other discussion, comments, questions on G? What I have on H, all records for the accountability of drugs dispensed must be kept in accordance with Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy requirements. I think that is obvious, but we actually had a couple people, well, we've had some fun today about whether or not records were kept the way they were supposed to be. But I feel like that's kind of a gimme, to say the least. I know AHP pointed out that that's in regulation. Any comments on H? So with that, I have received written and verbal comments from a couple of people for a specific request that I would suggest being another bulleted item. And it came around the realm of long-term care. And in long-term care, there's two specific issues that are pretty pointed because of transitions of care and knowing that many times patients are discharging directly from hospitals to long-term care. And there's two ways to approach it. In long-term care facilities, they need their medications packaged with specialized packaging. It's usually unit of use, unit dose packaging, and most of them need to have an expiration date and a lot number on that. This is critical to enabling long-term care facilities to be able to do their med passes and also be able to track their meds correctly. And they do not need to be put in a position to where they are receiving baggies or bottles of random drugs that they have to go through, which is completely out of their norm and very difficult to track. So I think there are two choices that have been presented to me that I will verbalize as well as I can from what I have typed. And the first option would be just to say that there's a limitation that if patients are being discharged from a hospital to a long-term care facility, that those patients are excluded from the ability to have any discharge medications dispensed by the hospital. The other choice in this one would be to say that any medications that are dispensed for patients being discharged to a long-term care facility, some institutional facility, must be packaged in the specialized packaging required by that LTC facility to ensure that if they need bubble packs with that information on it, that it would be able to be packaged that way. And I think it's something that escapes a lot of people. I can tell you, I have this argument with community pharmacies that yes, patients do have a freedom of choice, but historically we have said that long-term care facilities can say outside of some of the federal dollar VA or TRICARE issues where you can't really interfere. If the facility says it has to be in bubble packs, you need to be able to send it in bubble packs because that's how the facility is going to be able to accept it, track it, and actually administer it to their patients. I'll ask my long-term care folks if I missed anything in that. I know the board may have some questions that they want one of you to come up. Okay. Board members, discussion. Do you want to put something in the MOU to address this? And if so, which option do you want to try?
Quick question. So in the option of defining the packaging, do we need to put it to make it so restrictive that it's the exact packaging for each different long-term care facility, or could we say unit dose packaging or something like that? Because our hospital systems have different vendors that they're using for their packaging. The different long-term care facilities have different requirements, and so it may become difficult to match all of those up exactly.
So I'm going to defer to the long-term care folks, and if you don't mind, I'll get you over here on the microphone so that we can hear you. But I'm curious: are there major issues with packaging systems other than like unit dose packaging that we need specific language for whatever the facility says versus you must be able to do unit dose packaging to comply with the facility? And if you'll press the button that says push and release, it'll turn green, which means go. There you go. If you'll tell them who you are, first of all.
Travis Ezel, pharmacist.
Any comments on that?
Sorry, I was half listening. What was your?
So the question I think that Ms. Ford had was, do we need to say that it must be packaged in the specialized packaging required by the LTC facility? Or could we just say like unit dose / unit of use packaging? Would that be accurate, Ms. Ford?
Yeah, that was my question. Thank you.
Instead of just saying specialized, which every facility can say, oh, no, it has to be a blue card or a yellow card or a.
I think you would be able to generalize, Ken, correct me if I'm wrong, but you would be able to generalize and say instead of specialized packaging, either unit of use or unit dose packaging. More to her question, I know that at least the hospitals I've worked in have usually it comes out in strips. I don't think that would be favorable. That would lead to issues as well. So I would say you would probably have to streamline it to say unit use, unit dose, blister packaging.
Okay.
I have a follow-up question.
Yes, sir.
Assuming we go with option one, which is to say that will discharges to long-term care facilities will be an exception and won't be covered. Are the long-term care facilities able to handle a rapid transition from the hospital to the facility and have the medication with the unit dose and so forth? Yes, sir. Generally, the biggest issues that I see are with getting controlled scripts, but regular medications that they would need, atorvastatin, et cetera, are in the e-kit that the board has ratified and we have in the facilities for use right then. If not, there's a very, very quick turnaround time to get the medications to them.
Dr. McCrae's handed me that it uses the specific term medicine cards in long-term care. Does that sound familiar, Ken? Medication cards. Because to Travis, when he brought up that some of them do strip packaging, that is unit dose, unit of use. But the point is that it needs to be carded meds. In full nursing home or in assisted living? I've only seen it in assisted living because they like to do multi-dose with it. Okay. Yeah, he's saying for the board members can't hear him. It's 98% or plus carded meds in the blister packaging. He has a couple that have started using some strip packaging. Yeah, the Dispill or the hard boxes and yeah. We do have some facilities that still use the old hard boxes, but it's been years since I've seen that. Of course, I imagine our inspectors for long-term care probably have seen them and scratch their heads every time they do. So any medications that are dispensed for patients being discharged to a LTC facility must be packaged in the unit of use, unit dose, medication cards needed by the LTC facility. That work?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that Ms. Ford's concern is if you say it has to match the long-term care facility, I mean, it's on the A beds, it's easy for a facility to say, this is our contract and this is how every med comes in. And when you have patient freedom of choice, there are some variations in the other cards that you see, but I think the consistency is they want the got to have the patient name, the med name, the directions. And I think most all of them, tell me if I misspeak, want the lot and expiration date so that they can track that. That sound right, Travis? And they want it in a card. So I think it may be academic, whether it's, which specific card it's in, like which brand. Is it cold seal? Is it heat seal? That affects your stuff.
Dr. Curley, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Just provide some context, ladies and gentlemen. Justin Allen with Wright, Lindsay and Jennings. I'm here today on behalf of the Arkansas Healthcare Association, which is the long-term care industry here in Arkansas. I just want to provide y'all with some context for the concern. And that is, as you guys know better than I do, the regulations, the state and federal regulations on long-term care, including with regard to pharmaceuticals, how they're received, how they're stored, how they're accounted for, how they're dispensed, is very detailed. They are regulated on that. If they don't comply with their own policies and procedures. That's, as I understand and read the law, the state and federal law, the pharmacist consultant is supposed to work with each facility to come up with their policy and procedure for taking in meds, accounting for them, storing them, and dispensing them. So there could be some variation. Now, I will defer to those here that work in the industry more than I do as to how much variation there is. But I think one of the concerns was if there is some variation and drugs are sent to a facility inconsistent with their own policy and procedure, that they could be subject to a tag from CMS or the Office of Long-Term Care. And we want to make this as simple as possible for both the receiving facility and the hospitals. But that would be my concern with, specifying exactly how the drugs are to be transmitted to the long-term care facility, because there could be some instances where that is not that facility's policy or procedure.
I'm going to attempt to share my screen so that you can see this. The board members as well as the audience here. It helps if I move that over. And I could put medication cards in the parenthetical to possibly clean it up.
What
So
if
everybody-
instead of required, you put some reference to adhering to the policies of the LTC? That way, that will help cover some of their regulatory.
So needed
concerns.
by the LTC facility per their policies.
And I was just trying to help ensure that both the dispensing hospital pharmacy and the LTC are meeting all of their the requirements without having to be too specific around like you said, a blue card versus a yellow card, or the company that makes the machine that you're using to put the medication in the card, but it's still meeting all of the requirements.
We would be comfortable with that.
John, excuse me. This is Lynn.
Yeah, ma'am.
Instead of needed, Amy, what do you think about requested by the long-term care facility per their policies and procedures?
I like that. That's good. Good catch.
Requested instead of needed.
Or policy and procedure. Is it strictly policy and procedure, or is it are there regulatory requirements as well?
The regulatory requirement is they have to set up their policy for it. And the problem is if they get surveyed on it and they're not meeting their own policy, they get tagged on it.
CMS conditions.
That's right. So for instance, if a pharmacy were to deliver them in a manner or method or packaging not consistent with their policy or procedure, us pesky lawyers would probably tell them you need to turn it away. Otherwise, you're going to subject yourself to a tag.
And I'll tell you, it's been years since I've done this. If we had a batch of meds and we sent them to the home, they've got 3 days that they can return them to the pharmacy if they're untouched. And there have been times when we just missed, we forgot to put the lot number on a set and they sent it back to us. And we had to turn it right back around and get it to them, or else we were going to be doing emergency meds.
My understanding is, and as y'all well know, most of these meds are filled by pharmacies, specialty pharmacies for long-term care, but there are some retail pharmacies out there that per freedom of choice that do provide meds to the facilities for those residents and are able to comply, work with the facility and ensure compliance with the policies and procedures. So obviously, the hospitals that want to do this, the facilities will work with them to ensure a smoother transition as possible. It may take a few efforts, but I think it becomes second nature in time.
Yeah, I know Dr. Powell may have a comment. I don't have an issue with the language. I do think some of this is self-limiting. From my experience, we really don't, facilities I'm familiar with that have meds to beds policies in place don't really want to do this. So I think some of it's going to be self-limiting, but I think the language sounds good. Still gives some flexibility if the facility wants to try to work with the long-term care facility to do so. So I don't know if you officially have to come to the table. I'm going to say yes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Already on. Amber Powell. So you kind of clarified when you just said that. I just wanted to make sure this wasn't going to be, I didn't want to restrict some hospitals that could do this, but I honestly don't know of any hospitals that would do this. So
What I remember doing, Dr. Powell, this was when I worked in retail, is we had blister cards that were numbered 1 through 31. And you had to go through, kind of fill each one. And I just don't know how much hospitals would want to do that, is what I meant by self-limiting. So
this, if it's done like this, I don't know of any hospitals, but I hate to take it out and use the first verbiage that you said about.
Don't do it at all. Yeah.
Right.
I think this is friendlier than saying you just can't do it at all, because I think there could be an instance where the hospital might have a medication that no one else is going to have at the time of discharge. Just because we know there's drug shortage, we know there's different medications. I think, and I had someone else just send me, well, if they're going in an A bed, the home's already getting paid for. So most likely the hospital is not going to want to supply those meds if they're going into an A bed, because you're never going to get paid for that, but someone else is already getting paid to provide it. So long-term care, nursing homes specifically are interesting because with the acute level of care that patients are going to continue to receive, they can get that first emergency dose. So there should not be a readmit when there's an emergency kit to take care of those. The community pharmacies that are covering them are well aware that they have to provide emergency services and have dosing within a couple of hours when it's needed. And if they don't provide that, then sooner or later, someone calls us and we have a re-education, or quite honestly, I have had pharmacies before where we've just had to tell them, you can no longer do this. Like if you have a pharmacy within a bigger entity and you can't get to the pharmacy in the middle of the night, you cannot take care of any long-term care patients because they can't go anywhere else to get their needs, and you're required to.
And that was the other thing that, in my experience, hospitals have avoided. Is the patient may still be under a DRG, and I'm not an expert on the finances around that, but if they are, you may not be able to even bill their prescription benefit for those meds. And so.
Do I understand, even if a hospital signs an MOU as we're anticipating, the hospital is still going to have a choice whether to dispense the 31-day supply or not for a particular patient?
Yes.
Okay, so if they can't meet this requirement going.
They don't have to do everything. So it's interesting, and thank you, Mr. Simpson, for bringing this up. This is a secondary option beyond what already exists as emergency ability for hospitals right now. So I think that we're going to have two different decisions of hospitals. I think some hospitals are going to say, we can already, if we have an emergency and we need to give a 48-hour supply, or if we need to give a supply until there are pharmacy services available, or the continuation of like an anti-infective that may not otherwise be available, they can do that right now under their current permit with no MOU. I think that we have other hospitals that are going to look at this as, we can help some patients with access issues to help prevent readmission, to have this this patient that we are already telling how to use their medication and get them their first supply home, and it gives them a 30-day or up to 31-day or unit of use packaging window to figure out their care at home, rather than in 5 hours, you're going to need your next dose and figure it out. I mean, a couple of complaints I've had even in the last couple of months were, patients discharged from a hospital, and I don't think anybody realized, by the way, it's a holiday and nobody's open, or something along those lines. So it could be that some hospitals say, we're going to give a 3-day supply of this. We can't figure out how this patient can pay for it. We are going to qualify that they are of need and donate this to the patient. And they may only want to do 3 days and do a 3-day transition of care, a 5-day transition of care. They can design it. This will allow them to do up to 31. The other thing I can tell you that has come up several times is some hospitals already have a system to process and label these meds because they help take care of their employee meds. Others are going to have to figure out how they're going to do that, like what system they're going to get. Some hospitals currently have third-party contracts or a PSAOs, have contracts with PBMs, and some do not. Some may choose that they will only do this on a cash basis, while others, and we've had, I think legislative entities, and I think some conversations with the insurance commissioner. I know that Vincent's been working on this with APA, that we have a law coming that it is legal for our hospital permits with this endorsement to do it, which means PBMs should be allowing them to have a contract, whether it's through a PSAO or directly, that state law allows this. Any willing provider, I know this is right in your wheelhouse, trying to say you can't do this because you're a hospital. We have said that's never been the case because we have allowed hospitals to take care of their own employees. And if you have an employee that qualifies to get meds from your employee pharmacy that has third-party insurance, you should already be able to have a PBM contract to bill that insurance. So there's the other weird complexities. I think there's a lot of confusion. A lot of people say, well, it's not legal for us to get paid for this. You're like, well, you could charge cash. And I understand how problematic that is for someone to go and refile. But if you're being told by a PBM that you legally cannot have a contract with them, then you need to reach out. I mean, Vincent, APA, Insurance Commissioner's Office, like we can help with those issues because it should not be happening. That's more than you asked for, but. Does my new eye look okay? Any other suggestions? My mother was an English teacher, therefore I may not be the best at it.
John,
Yes, sir.
excuse me, and this may be going back, but it's something that I really feel is important. On that label, there's a phone number that we can get in, that another pharmacy or physician or patient can get in touch with somebody that can tell us something about that prescription that was filled, right?
Yes.
You follow me?
Yes. Well, it says.
Because a lot of times with, trying to get, back in the old days, DEA numbers, but just trying to get into a big hospital system to verify or get information is very difficult on a prescription.
I agree. I mean, you've got to have contact information in case there's an emergency. And if the label itself, name of the patient, prescriber, direction use, name and strength of medication spent, as well as the information for the dispensing facility, that should have contact information for the dispensing facility under B. Now, if it's not an emergency and it's another pharmacy trying to figure out or physician figuring it out later, that's going to be during the day anyway. Like we don't have generally, a month later, physicians trying to figure that out at midnight, unless it's another emergency room issue, which they're hopefully able to contact each other. I'm trying to figure out where to put date of service. But where y'all want it? After patient, prescriber, directions for use? How about after directions for use?
After strength of the medication dispensed and dispensed date.
Service gets more. Has different meanings.
I know, you're right. Strength of medication dispensed. Date of dispensation. Any comments? Any comments on A through new I? Any changes board members want me to put on screen for you? I will unhighlight this now. Yes. On these. Coming up where they can hear you. If you will tell us who you are, and then that way with you got press the button, it'll turn green. There you go.
Good. I'm Jason Aiken, Director of Pharmacy, Conway Baptist. On the way I'm reading the policy and procedures, essentially we can go to our, QRCs or PNTs and develop that. So A through I, we're going to have to incorporate into that, and I'll have all of those things. The way it reads is like we would have to have that. Am I interpreting that correctly or not?
I think if you are adopting through your PNT policies and procedures that include a lot of this, you can just literally have the MOU as your policy and procedure that you're following the MOU.
Okay.
I think that the main emphasis well, for me, why I put that in there is when we have looked at other MOU stuff, it's ensuring that the administrator and the PNT committee are accepting it. And I don't know, the board, you guys may prefer language that doesn't say, instead of shall establish policies and procedures, but shall adopt policies and procedures, shall adopt this MOU. I mean, any strong feelings on how you word to? Nobody's giving me any feedback on that.
Well, the reason I bring it up, I think you mentioned, it's like some hospitals may only want to dispense 3 days, 5 days, of that. So,
but that wouldn't be limited by this.
well, my thought is like, if there are hospitals out there that are wanting to help with the long-term care patients, there's probably going to be some restrictions there. I mean, they can't, I would think they would, want to go on ahead and fill those, a full amount. I guess that's why I had my question.
So I think right now, everything's up to 31 days for a single commercially available package size. So if you've got an inhaler that, or a, insulin pen or something that may technically be more than that, then you can't cut it down.
Right.
Inhalers are the biggest thing. Albuterol is the one that I generally think of, or you don't know how long it's going to be. If an EpiPen or a Narcan, it may be good until it expires. You never use it, or you may use it 30 minutes after you leave. I think that's a different issue than, is there a concern of saying your PNT committee shall establish policy and procedures that include, not limited to, the following. Amber, you come on up. You might have better words than I do on this.
No, I don't have any on that. I have questions on some of, just want to reiterate and comment on some other items.
Anything else on number 2?
Wouldn't the policy just simply say what it says in the preamble about dispensing under certain circumstances up to a 31-day supply or whatever? And then we also
they'll establish some policy for how they're going to establish need for patients. Like I did not think that we would be completely prescriptive in how we would define need. We would give the hospitals the flexibility for them to define it according to their other policies they've already done.
and then just basically put A through I in the policy.
I think so. What you got?
All right. So I just wanted to go back to D.
Yes.
The hospital shall not participate in any plan.
Okay.
That portion, I know we kind of talked about charitable need, and I think, and you said qualifying need, which could mean multiple things. And then we kind of tossed around lots of questions about each facility, figuring out what that is. But I just want to do a comment about a scenario that I actually encountered recently doing a 48-hour supply. So you have a patient who needs Eliquis on discharge, and they are telling me they can't get it. Now, I don't want that patient coming back, so I want to give them, so I give them a 48-hour supply of Eliquis. They said they couldn't get it. Walgreens down the street had it. They didn't push them to Walgreens down the street. I gave them a 48-hour supply and let them get it at their pharmacy of choice later. But that would not have been any sort of indigent or any type of financial thing that we're trying to do. And honestly, we don't want the extra work to try to figure out financial parts on this. So that's where I think we have lots of concerns about. We want to be able to give whatever medication. If we want to give it away for free, let us give it away for free. It's 31-day supply. It's not like we're competing for multiple dispenses later on, because those are going to be, that's not something we're dispensing. So it shouldn't be a competitive type nature. We don't want that active DVT coming back because they didn't fill their Eliquis. And so they may not have a qualifying need. It may just be we don't think they're going to go get it. It may not be anything that you could really tie a financial piece or something like that to.
Well, it doesn't say qualifying financial need.
Right.
It's just
And
says
I
qualifying
was
need.
purposeful in saying it wasn't necessarily financial. And the board members, you tell me where you disagree with my thought process on this. I think that you will be able to identify a qualifying need of some patients that you know that they have not been, I hate to say compliant, that they may not have been adherent, or that if you don't get them started, it's the same reason we have the emergency right now, that you can continue their anti-infectives, whether or not there's a pharmacy potentially open or not. I think if you identify a qualifying need to do that without it having to be purely financial, I think this allows you to do it. I think that the difficulty is going to be, or the allegation would be, that you're going to have facilities that say, you know what, it's cheaper for me to take my insurance and go to the ER once a month. And if I can get someone in there, the drug of the day has been Manjaro. Well, then I can just write off another ER visit, get a script for Manjaro, get another month's supply, and I'll be back next month.
Guarantee you, we're not going to give away Monjaro.
I know, that's the thing. I know. But if it was for a 340B entity, that it was on a penny price penalty, and it's like, well, I mean, why not give it away? It's a couple of dollars. So people are afraid that there are going to be games played with preferentially priced drugs. And I was trying to find a middle ground of, some people want to say you can't give away anything. Some people want to say you can't do it unless there are very prescriptive criteria. And I was trying to write this, once again, this is on me, in a manner where we give the hospital flexibility to give a qualifying reason of why we're giving this to this patient, to allow you to do it, not prevent you from doing it, without it being an allegation that, well, now they've entered into some sort of a model that is a pharmacist unprofessional conduct. Because of its unprofessional conduct alleged against you as the PIC, you're the one I get to call in. And so it's trying to protect you, the pharmacist or the PIC, that everyone is on board of, we're going to set up a system for when we're going to give away drugs and when we're not.
Okay.
I hope that makes sense. And the good thing about, modern technology, and that this is recorded and going to be on YouTube, like, that's why I put that language in there, to try to head off those complaints. Because if someone says, well, they're doing such and such over at your hospital, what's your criteria? Man, this person, they just swore up and down they can't get this drug. And we know if they don't start it in the next day, there's trouble coming. So we gave them 3 days worth. We gave them a month's worth, and are trying to hook them up with either a social worker or get them insurance or something to do it. Then I hope that will be a brag point of why we did it versus a bright point of whether or not it should happen.
Hey, John, as I'm reading back through D again,
do we need to put some sort of qualifying language in there? Because it just says hospitals should not participate in any plan, agreement, arrangement, but it doesn't qualify that it's in relation to the medication that will be dispensed for the at-home use. So I don't know if there would be any, could it be misinterpreted? That means if you participate in any sort of drug discount 340B in other spaces of the hospital pharmacy practice, but not related to the continuum of care prescriptions that'll be going out. I just want to make sure that we're clear that the hospital should not participate is in direct relationship to those medications that are being dispensed.
You want to say something like when dispensing medications under this and
I don't know that I'm the best person for the wordsmithing of it. I just want to make sure that we've got all of those pieces in there so that it's clear that even a hospital who's eligible for 340B and you're using it in a very appropriate way for their inpatient medications, they could still participate and dispense medications through this as long as they're purchasing them through their normal purchasing agreements.
so the first half of this quote is directly in unprofessional conduct of a pharmacist, that a pharmacist shall not participate in any plan, agreement, arrangement which eliminates or detrimentally affects the traditional relationship prescriber, patient, pharmacist, and the patient's freedom of choice of professional services. And then the rest that I was trying to add, because of that, including the offering of preferential prescription drug price in an anti-competitive manner to help define that it wasn't everything they did, but it may be difficult to argue that they should be able to adversely affect freedom of choice in other areas. So I don't know if it helps or not. Say when dispensing medications via this MOU.
And I might be reading too much into it. So like other opinions as well. I just want to make sure that we're not excluding the hospital's ability to participate in other types of plans and arrangements outside of their continuum of care dispensing practices.
Well, if they've got a contract pharmacy that's just filling prescriptions, that pharmacy is going to be affected under the unprofessional conduct rule. If they've got a grandfathered permit, it's already under the unprofessional conduct rule. It's just hasn't been there for hospitals because they were only doing inpatient care previously. You guys like that addition? Do you want me to delete it?
It seems to me that the change you just made, moving it to where you did, means that only limits the including language, not the general language.
Okay. So it specifies it's only for dispensation according to the MOU.
I see it only being including the offering of preferential prices when dispensing medications via the MOU. It only modifies that. I don't think it modifies the first part.
Right.
I don't interpret it as limiting the ability of a hospital to participate in the federal 340B program or to define discounted pricing options for patients that have a need defined by the hospital. I think it does limit me from participating in the 340B program and using anti-competitive pricing to.
You can't just go out and say everybody who wants come get it for X amount in a competitive manner. You can qualify patients and have discounted prices.
But that's already in the regs, right? I mean,
in the regs, it's specific to the pharmacist.
Yeah.
And the reason I put this in there was to be sure that the hospital knows they can't do this, or else they are making the pharmacist the sacrificial lamb on it. Like it's helping to explain, guys, there's rules about how we have to attack some of this. So we're going to have policies. We're going to have some sort of policy on how we qualify need to give away meds. But we can't use this as a tool to just say, we're going to use our 340B program to maximize such and such in a competitive manner on dispensing drugs. If you got a contract pharmacy, they've got their own issue.
And if the patient, yeah, okay.
So like the addition, don't like the addition.
I'm okay with the addition. I don't think it limits me, but Dr.
Harold thinks it helps.
I mean, I feel better about the wording after discussing qualifying need, and I don't want that dispensing medications that it's tied to specifically this act. I mean, I feel like.
Yeah.
Better.
I'll tell you, we've already had one person that told us how honest they were very, very numerous times this morning, but I'll tell you, we know, or I feel like the staff knows that in 6 months, we're going to have a couple things going, guys, you forgot to put this in there, or guys, we need a tweak to something else. And I think that I'm trying to be sure that we can get something that I think the board will approve, so that when sine die happens here in a few days, we can have hospitals that can already engage and use this to help patients as quickly as possible. But because it's a MOU, we know that the board can come back and make tweaks as we see where the needs are. I think we help. Which is the
other flexibility with an MOU versus rules and regs. Yeah. Oh, so do we want to move on to E? Is there any other trying to keep us moving?
Other questions? So we've been through everything once. Are there any board members that want me to pull up any other sections for comments or for changes? Amber, you got another one?
Yes.
Which one?
I still have concerns about it would be G, hospital shall provide emergency prescription services. I still just have problems with that one, but I'm not sure they'll be solved.
Would it help if it didn't say emergency prescription services and just said emergency services about their discharge
Because
meds?
it said emergency services before the last meeting, and then prescription got thrown in. My concern there, which you already read, is for those pharmacies that don't have 24-hour services, and how to handle those situations. And then also, which pointed out, is independent pharmacies that are doing med-to-bed programs in the pharmacy. They're not being able to see that signage on their pharmacy about them excluding. So why is that not able
Which med-to-bed
to?
pharmacies aren't giving emergency services? Because I only know of one offhand that's not available for emergencies, and it's owned by a hospital.
I don't know all the pharmacies offering meds to beds and which ones are allowing emergency
and-
services, but they have the right to opt out by signage.
But those are, and I would say those are generally pharmacies that the patient has already been into to see a sign, because it does have a brick and mortar.
I don't know that they necessarily have, because the hospital is going to contract with a certain
That's
pharmacy
not
dependent
legal.
on,
Hospital cannot contract with a single
let
pharmacy.
me say, not contract. They don't have a contract, but they say, hey, this pharmacy can allow meds to beds. Would you like to use this pharmacy? You don't have to use this pharmacy. We can send your prescription to whichever pharmacy you like. But if you'd like, this pharmacy is offering meds to beds in our hospital. So when those meds come and they're delivered, we have some currently in the hospital that I work at that are delivered. Those, they don't see a signage. So is it that you can put on your dispensed drug paperwork that we do not offer emergency services? Or are the hospital pharmacies that are going to be doing this covered if they say for emergency services report to your emergency department. What kind of, I just don't know what this means exactly and what I'm held to. And I'm afraid it's going to be held to more than I can do.
Let's take a real life example that we can understand. Patient's discharge gets a 31-day supply as a bad reaction to the medication. Okay. What's supposed to happen?
Well, if this is there and they think it's a medication reaction, I mean, federal rules are going to require they also have an FDA MedWatch number on there as well. But I would call the pharmacy first to say, hey, this is the medication I'm on. This is the reaction I'm having. And they may very well say, you need to go to the ER because it sounds like you may have had previous exposure and you've got an anaphylaxis issue, or you're just doing further counseling to the patient of, no, it's pretty common that you have a lot of nausea with this drug or something else.
And is the problem then that some hospitals that want to participate in this program wouldn't want to have a pharmacist that's on call? I know you're not 24-hour a day, but you just don't want to have anybody a pharmacist on call?
I'm afraid that's going to be me.
It was me.
Is that the issue though? I mean,
yeah.
Well, even an independent. The pharmacy or call.
But if you,
Isn't he saying that you have to be a 24/7? Here.
But why can you not
They
opt out?
could
Is my-
start somewhere and the patient's gonna probably try to call the pharmacy first, whether.
I think in most cases, when a patient gets a medication, they want to contact the pharmacy that fills that medication. Case the hospital.
During business hours, I feel like that would be completely appropriate. But there's other pharmacies, retail, that are dispensing meds and they don't have to follow the emergency services. That's my only problem with
But
that.
that's also the reason hospitals have asked for this. I mean, the part of the major reason we have seen that hospitals have asked for the ability to be in the retail space has been if it's outside of work hours, banking hours, and other issues. So, and I knew that this would be an issue that people would want at least discussed, which is why I put it in there. It is up to the board members what you want to do with it.
let me ask just one more hard question. I'm looking for what you think is minimally acceptable, okay? Would minimally acceptable be patient calls the hospital operator and the hospital operator says, come to the emergency department? Or would more than that be required?
Are you talking about after hours specifically?
Yeah. Patient with the bad drug reaction calls the hospital. What's the minimally acceptable response for the hospital in that instance? Let's dispense these 30-day drugs.
If they're calling the hospital would probably tell them to come to the ER.
Wait, who at the hospital? Is the receptionist that answers the phone at the hospital good enough? Or do we need a nurse or a physician or a pharmacist? Who are you talking about there?
It depends on what line they're calling. If
And
they're
that's
just calling
why we would
hospital.
say the pharmacy.
Yes.
The line on the prescription bottle.
can I ask a couple questions to try to kind of boil this down a bit? So for hospitals that are open 24/7, which is fairly common, much more common than it was 10 years ago, right? This is not an issue, right? I mean, they're open 24/7. There's staff on site. Nobody has to make a special trip up, right?
Maybe.
Okay. For hospitals that aren't open 24/7, a good percentage of them have remote order verification agreements in place, right?
Correct.
So if a patient had a question about their med, hey, I took a dose of this and I'm itching, whatever. You could potentially have your remote verification folks take that call too, correct?
Yes.
So where does it really get down to an issue? Is it critical access hospitals that may not have a remote verification?
I think a lot of them have that too. If it's only phone calls that can be directed to whomever the remote pharmacist is, I don't think it's an issue. I just don't know what all I'm held to in this. And do I have to go redispense things? Is that, and you can't do that because they're not a discharged patient
Well,
anymore after that point?
If you
How long
dispensed it
does-
wrong, I would go fix it.
You understood.
If the medication seems to have been adulterated or misbranded, then only the facility that started it is going to be able to figure that out. And I get it. It's a criticism that there are community pharmacies that don't do that routinely. This is unique in that you have institutionalized patients that are going home, and the only place with any copy of the record is going to be the hospital. It's a tough one.
You're gonna have that even if they got it at an independent that doesn't have this service, they're gonna have the same problem.
I agree, but I put it in there for you guys to discuss. So.
Any comments from anyone online, any of our board members on Zoom?
How do I get back to where I can see something other than this MOU?
How about I try to stop sharing my screen?
That's helpful. Wow, now I've got the,
Kitchen table.
yeah, all right. Thank you. No, I mean, I think what you've got there is good, John. I don't know if anybody else has said anything about that, but I mean, I think we're going to have to kind of, put this thing in practice and see where the leaks are and fix them as they come along, I think. But, there's no way we can think of everything. But I think that, if you're going to have a pharmacy that's going to dispense to the community, we all have to play on a level playing field. And I think that if there's independents out there that can't be reached by if there's pharmacists that are filling prescriptions in community pharmacies out there that cannot be reached by their clientele after hours, that's unfortunate and maybe needs to be looked at. But I know even in our area, in rural areas, we haven't always had our after hours and our signage on the door, but the patients, the people that are in these communities, they know how to get in touch with us. And I think that, there has to be some way or some number on that bottle that is a reliable number for patients and other healthcare providers to seek knowledge and information about the medication they receive from any pharmacy. And that's my spiel.
I tend to agree with Lynn. I personally don't think we should shy away from it in asking our hospitals to be available if they are going to be dispensing, but anyone who's dispensing that 30 31 days or whatever should also have the same standards. If we think this is the bare minimum that's going to protect the public and give patients and the people and the citizens of Arkansas the ability and the comfort to access someone if they have an issue with their medication, we should hold everyone to that same minimum standard. So totally good with leaving it in for our hospitals, but at a different time, maybe we need to think about other areas because that is a little concerning.
And I think Ms. Ford, you'll agree with me that anything we can do to have our hospital discharge folks and our community pharmacies better communicate with each other about getting the patient set up when they get home is going to help all of us.
100%.
So, Dr. Carla, do we leave it in there as emergency prescription services or emergency services?
Well, Amber's right. Last time the board, I think, wanted me to put prescription services because it's about the prescription. It doesn't mean that they have to be, you don't have to have the pharmacy available for, well, you know what? I forgot to ask about my toe when I was there type stuff. It's only about the meds and it's only about the meds they got dispensed. If the hospital didn't dispense your meds, there, and it's the same question I used to get in pharmacy. Hey, I need to know about this medication. I'm like, I don't have that on your profile. Oh, I got it somewhere else. Then you need to call them. Like I can only help you with the scope that I'm taking care of at that point.
They already call us for things they get dispensed from somewhere else.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
They also ask you about their toe.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah.
Yep, and show you pictures of privates.
So
what's
it's up to the board. If you have other changes, I'm glad to edit those and pull those up to Dr. Krause's chagrin, or if this is acceptable, you could adopt it today and allow us to offer it to hospitals immediately for sine die, which is the 31st, I believe. 31st, Monday. So we could have some that could get this signed. I can countersign and they could be ready to go with this on Monday to start using.
And you made edits on the fly.
I made edits on
while
the
we've been
fly. That's what I've
going
been showing you guys.
Okay.
Dr. Kirtley, I have a question. You haven't really gotten to it, but the signature line of it and who signs this MOU.
Right.
I think there should be discussion about whether it's an executive from the hospital, whether it's the pharmacist in charge. Who has the authority to sign this document?
And I apologize because actually someone external from the board had asked me, do we want that to be signed by the hospital or by the hospital pharmacy? Thoughts, anybody?
There could be an opportunity where the pharmacist doesn't have the authority to sign something. So I don't think you can mandate who signs it because the higher.
You could just put authorizing signature on there.
Yeah, and really the law says it's the hospital that's being granted this authority. So I would.
Yeah, it's the hospital. It's not the pharmacy.
Would authorizing
I mean, it's a hospital issue.
Well, also there's implied, if somebody signs it and that they have a parent authority, like they look like they have some position at the hospital, that's sufficient to bind the hospital.
It doesn't want me to do it now. Here we go. What do you guys want? I put hospital pharmacy. Do you want hospital and then title? Yeah. Put a title. Add that.
Yeah, and then that would allow for either a hospital executive or the pharmacist in charge, somebody that that facility gives authorization to sign.
Yep. I'll play with this to get it back on 2 pages. You would be surprised. Let me tell you, we have seen some interesting signatures on stuff that others knew nothing about.
Okay, so any more comment or discussion?
Hold on a second, Brian. Or Dr. Jolly, I'm sorry, I'm trying to think. Is there anybody authorized to commit the hospital to signing this?
Sorry, I missed part of that. You got authorized what?
To commit the hospital to sign this agreement?
It varies. It varies. Sometimes it's going to be your legal department. Sometimes it's going to be your CEO. Sometimes it'll be your board president. It's just going to be so variable. Chief pharmacy officer, director of pharmacy, it's just going to be kind of per that individual organization's policies on who has signatory authority to bind the.
Well, I know just recently we've had some issues, with pharmacies that we've had to discipline, and we wanted to, that there's a shared responsibility for what goes on in that hospital or in that pharmacy, excuse me. So is there somebody that we can hold accountable?
Well, it's
in lieu of that situation?
That's a little different discussion because the permit holder is going to be responsible, which is the hospital itself. But if there are specific acts of violation by an individual, then we go with charges on the responsible person or entity. So we would split it up just like we do currently on other cases.
Okay. Just want to make sure that, if we're having somebody sign it, that it's somebody that means something.
And that's why we've changed it to hospital, not hospital pharmacy. And we're going to get their signature, name, and title. I mean, if someone signs that didn't have the authority, then the hospital can punish them however they see fit. But it gives us a legal document that the hospital's acknowledging it, not just a pharmacist.
Fair.
Are you ready for a motion?
I'm looking for a motion.
I move that the board approve the form of the MOU as modified today in the meeting and authorize Dr. Kirtley as executive director to execute the MOU with appropriate hospitals on behalf of the board.
We have a
Second.
motion. We have a second. Call for a vote now. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
So I will, it'll probably be tomorrow, finish making sure I haven't misspelled anything else, and I'll send it out to all the interested parties that I know. Thank you guys all for being here. I know we have one emergency hearing, and I think that is the final thing we have for the day. Board members, thank you for being with us online. This will be pretty quick, I believe. Yeah, for emergency hearing. So
John, can you take this thing back down off my screen again? I'm sorry.
you sure are demanding.
I know it. I'm
You didn't even bring us tamales today.
no, but I will next time.
Emergency hearing, you can hand it to Ms. Bales.
Hold on, guys, just a second.
You're on that.
Okay, I'm not going to recall to order. We're just a continuation of our previous meeting. This is an emergency hearing, however, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Bales for the specifics.
Yeah, we have one person for emergency hearing, pharmacist Tyler Towers. This is case number 2023-90. Dr. Towers' license number is 15810. We received sort of information that Dr. Towers had been arrested on July 8th, 2023. And the charges, we have the police report, the charges are misdemeanors. I think the importance of those, they do outline some behavior issues, but that precipitated a call to Dr. Towers from Dr. Kirtley, and Dr. McCready and I were witnesses of that conversation as well. In that conversation, Dr. Towers admitted that he had a longstanding alcohol problem. I think he said he drank every day for what, 2 years,
years.
2.5 years. And the incident that caused him to be arrested involved his spouse. They had a small child together, and his behavior in that indicates that this was an alcohol-related incident. And also after he got arrested, or during the process of being arrested and taken to jail, his behavior with regard to the police was very disrespectful and sort of verbally combative with them. Unlike the conversation with Dr. Towers at the time, he was amenable to seeking help. He had tried some other things just very recently. And we sort of discussed that, you know, I don't remember how many days he said he was sober, but not very many. 11 days. And so we felt that we needed to take appropriate action. I sent him a preliminary consent order, which on the phone call, he indicated that he was willing to sign, go to treatment and do whatever the board asked him to do. Subsequently, I think he mentioned in the phone call that he had an attorney that he wanted to talk to about it. And then the attorney reached out to me and said they were no longer amenable to sign a preliminary consent order, but based on his behavior during the arrest and some other things that had been going on, and the fact that he'd been drinking every day for 2.5 years, staff thought that we needed to bring him to an emergency hearing, that maybe he's not fit to practice right now.
We had a verbal agreement to sign a preliminary consent order and go get an evaluation, which is our initial thing of, I'm so glad to hear that you are working on this, but our concern is with other things on the radar and that type of alcohol use that we're concerned you are not able to safely practice pharmacy at this time. Quite frankly, we probably could have an eval by now, but we do not. And so staff was concerned enough to add this to our emergency hearing list. It was similar to what you dealt with earlier. It would be an emergency suspension of his permit. He could ask for a hearing in an upcoming board meeting to be heard. Our ongoing suggestion would be you should go get a professional evaluation in the model of one of our approved facilities to see if they believe you're safe to practice. And it's one of those things, if we get from one of our, really there's 2 facilities that we see the most, but from one of our 4 facilities, if they send us a thing and say he is absolutely safe to practice, we will call an emergency hearing again to go, he has shown us the absolute proof we need. I can tell you, I do not believe that is what we will see with one right now. And I was very straightforward and shared that with him on the phone call, that I'm concerned.
But the Administrative Procedures Act, if he doesn't agree with the emergency suspension, he is entitled to a full hearing within 14 days of his request. So just to. No, he cannot.
We'd have a full hearing, call in witnesses and everything else.
Any questions? Discussion? Motion?
Are they frozen?
No.
There's on my computer, everything was really still for a minute. I think my computer froze.
Okay, we can pause then.
I mean, the fact that we had a verbal was going to happen and everything.
Hi, this is Lenore. I got a lot of background noise. Did someone make a motion?
Your mic's not on. Is that a motion, Dr. Mack?
I was saying that because he had the conversation, there was a verbal, it was going in a smoother manner. And then he backed out or stopped that whole process. I feel like we now need to make a motion to go ahead and suspend until him and his attorney can just determine what they're gonna do. But I think they just asked him, and he could have just complied as he agreed to, but then he didn't. So now I think my motion is that we go ahead and suspend and take it from there.
I will second that motion.
Okay.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by either raising your hand or saying aye.
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 All opposed? Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
We will send notice out of that. Anything else for anybody? I don't believe so. That's all we have for you today.
We're adjourned.
Thank you guys for joining us.
Thank you all.
Hope you have a great day.
Bye, thank you.
Hold on.